Good morning, everyone. Just ask that everybody take their seats so that we can get started. For the record, we're back, Lower Suffolk Township Building, March 22nd, with respect to the conditional use hearing associated with the Bethlehem Landfill. I would note for the record that the attorneys did meet just regarding scheduling issues as the case goes forward with respect to witness availability of the attorneys involved. We're trying to get this matter scheduled out through April and then even through May, just to make sure that we can get it done in an expeditious manner. And we touched on some evidentiary issues as well. One of which I'd like to announce for the public. We have been working with the township to get exhibits up onto the township website. So exhibits that were previously introduced are available on the township website for anyone to review. In addition to that, what we've asked is that any potential exhibits be provided to the township approximately 24 hours in advance of a hearing date. And that will enable you, as members of the public, to go to the township website prior to a hearing, review an exhibit that would be a potential exhibit, and then understand what it is when you come here and listen to a witness. So as of now, we have the prior exhibits that were introduced, and in addition to that, we have potential exhibits, at least for today's witnesses, that are up on the township website. Okay? All right, are there any other procedural matters that we need to address before you call your next witness, Ms. Garber?
None that I have.
All right. None? Oh, all right, very good. Then why don't you call your next witness and we can proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to call Joseph M. McDowell.
Good morning, Mr. McDowell.
Good morning.
And so our microphone system is not perfect here, so we're just going to ask that you keep it real close when you're testifying, okay?
I'll do my best.
All right, and then we need to get you sworn in first, okay?
Sir, do you swear? If you don't swear, do you affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, Ms. Garber, you may proceed.
Thank you. Would you please state your full name and your business address?
Joseph Michael McDowell, McDowell. Business address is 37 South Main Street, Chambersburg, PA 17201.
Mr. McDowell, would you please turn to what's been marked in your exhibit binder as VLC 71?
Yes.
Just give a minute for opposing counsel to get a copy. Mr. McDowell, do you recognize BL 71?
Yes, I do. It's my professional resume.
Okay, looking at your professional resume, could you please briefly, for the room, describe your educational background, including your degrees and any professional affiliations that you have?
I attended the University of Pittsburgh, graduating with a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil and Environmental Engineering in 1996, member of the American Society of Civil Engineers, and also a registered professional engineer in the state of Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Maryland.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm the senior design engineer for Martin & Martin Incorporated, overseeing all of the design and permitted related projects that Martin & Martin performs.
And how long have you been a senior engineer for Martin & Martin?
About for the past 5 to 6 years, specifically as related to solid waste. I would say over the last 5 to 6 years.
And what was your role before you were senior engineer for Martin and Martin with a particular focus in solid waste?
I was a design engineer supporting the president of Martin and Martin, Mr. Bodner, in all design aspects associated with the solid waste industry regarding landfills, transfer stations, and the like. So I was more of a supportive role for all aspects of what was being designed.
As an engineer, is that
As an
correct?
engineer, correct.
And your resume says here that you've been at Martin and Martin since 1996, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where were you before that?
I was a student.
So you spent your entire professional career with Martin and Martin.
My entire professional career has been with Martin and Martin, yes.
Is the president of Martin and Martin Rick Bodner?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware that Mr. Bodner has testified in this matter at a prior hearing on March 10th?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that Mr. Bodner was qualified by the hearing officer as an expert in this proceeding, specifically qualified as a licensed professional engineer with a field of expertise in solid waste design, engineering, and permitting?
Yes.
Did you read the transcript of Mr. Bodner's testimony at the March 10th hearing?
I did read over the transcript and become familiar with that.
So then you're familiar with Mr. Bodner's testimony and how he described the work he personally has done over the course of his career related to the solid waste industry and solid waste facilities?
Yes, yes, sir.
And are you aware, having read Mr. Bodner's testimony, how he described the work that Martin and Martin as a firm has done over the years within the solid waste industry and with respect to solid waste facilities?
Yes.
Would it be, having read that testimony, would it be accurate to say that he summarized that work in terms of the work that Martin and Martin as a firm does for the solid waste industry, is providing engineering services for all elements of landfills, cradle to grave?
Yes, I think he used the term cradle to grave within his testimony, and I would agree with that in what Martin and Martin provides to solid waste clients.
And is the work that you do at Martin and Martin similar to what Mr. Bodner described?
Yes, it is.
Is it the same as what
It's
Mr. Bodner
really the
described?
same. I generally took over for Mr. Bodner, but he decided to go to warmer weather. So yes, I took over that role with Martin and Martin.
Do you do solid waste engineering work exclusively?
No, I do not.
About what percentage of the work that you do currently is for solid waste clients?
I don't know that I ever put a specific number to it, but I would estimate it about half the time I'm dealing with solid waste clients. The other half the time I'm dealing with municipalities that Martin and Martin represents as the township engineer. And then finally with private clients, private developments associated with industrial, commercial, and residential development.
And what municipalities does Martin and Martin serve as the municipal engineer?
We serve approximately a dozen townships within really the south central region of Franklin County, Adams County, and Cumberland County.
So that role would be like the role that Hanover Engineering serves here for Lower Saucon Township?
Yes, it would be exactly that role.
Have you ever served as a host municipal inspector for a township?
I have not, no.
But when, in reading Mr. Bodner's testimony, is your understanding that Mr. Bodner has?
Yes, he has, yes.
When you were reading the transcript of Mr. Bodner's testimony, did you read where he described what his personal role with Bethlehem Landfill was beginning in the late 1990s?
Yes, I did.
And I believe he testified that he was the primary design engineer in charge of the designs and expansions with respect to the Bethlehem Landfill. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And is it your testimony that you took over that role 5 or 6 years ago? I think that's what you said?
About 5 or 6 years ago, I took over that role, yes.
So before you took over that role with respect to Bethlehem Landfill, did you do any work for Bethlehem Landfill before that?
Yes, I did design work associated with the previous expansions in support of Mr. Bud.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, please, if you could, in your witness finder, to turn to DLC 19. This is an exhibit that was previously identified and testified about by Mr. Bodnar, and it was admitted into evidence.
Okay, I have that.
And do you recognize DLC 19?
Yes, it's a series of plans that shows the build-out of the Bethlehem landfill.
Okay, so if you could just flipping through DLC 19, in playing a support role to Mr. Bodnar since your time at Martin & Martin beginning in 1996, did you work on the design of all of the projects that are outlined in this iterative plan set?
No, I started generally with the phase 4 expansion. I was part of the design team associated with the phase 4 expansion, which is sheet 3 of that iterative plan.
Okay, so you were involved in phase 4, and then if you could walk us through the rest of the sheets of BLC 19, and tell us whether you were involved in the design of these additional various stages of the build-out?
Yes, so yes, starting in page 3 of the document, which outlines phase 4, I was involved as a supportive role of Mr. Bodnar in that expansion. Continuing then to the maintenance building, which is page 4. I also participated in that as part of the design team. Then there was a series, what is on pages 5 and 6, of some modifications associated with phase 4. Those being cell 4F, 4E, and then there was a grade adjustment. I was involved with all of those as part of the design team. And then moving to the page 8 of that document is the southeastern realignment. I was involved with that project as a design of the solid waste facility and application, and also took on a greater role with preparing land development plans that were submitted to Lower Salton Township and presentation for those. And then the last page of that document is sheet 9, which is the northern realignment, which is where I took over as the lead design engineer for the northern realignment in preparation of the solid waste application and land development plan documents.
And would that also include the special exception zoning approval? You were involved as the primary lead in that as well?
That's correct, yes.
And just to remind everybody here, Mr. Bodnar testified that that northern realignment project was approved by Lower Saucon Township with respect to zoning and land development, and that application is currently pending before Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that it was given a environmental assessment approval or phase 1 approval, and now it's in the technical review portion of that?
Yes, we're currently in the technical review portion of that application, and that's in process with the department, yes.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness in a legal proceeding?
Yes, I have.
And was that qualification as a licensed professional engineer with a field of expertise in solid waste design, engineering, and permitting?
Yes,
And have you in fact been qualified here in proceedings in Lower Saucon Township before the Lower Saucon Township Zoning Hearing Board?
yes, I was as part of the Northern Realignment Project.
I would like the hearing officer to recognize Mr. McDowell as a licensed professional engineer with a field of expertise in solid waste design, engineering, and permitting.
Okay, is there any voir dire?
No,
Okay,
we'll stipulate that he's qualified.
all right. So, yeah.
Like,
We will stipulate that he is a qualified engineer in the design of landfills. I believe that's how you propose it.
It would be, actually, I'll just give you the exact language.
just talk louder.
Okay.
Yes.
So a licensed professional engineer with a field of expertise in solid waste design, engineering, and permitting.
So stipulated.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to ask qualification questions concerning the witness? All right, for the record, I see none. So he will be recognized as an expert professional engineer with a field of expertise in solid waste design, engineering, and permitting. You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. McDowell, you just testified that you were the lead or primary design engineer for the Northern Realignment, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And what is your role with respect to the Phase 5 expansion that is the subject of these conditional use proceedings? Are you in that same role?
I'm taking that same role with the Phase 5 expansion.
I would like you to turn in your binder to what is Hearing Officer Exhibit 1. Can you find that in your binder?
Yes, I have that.
Okay, and do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the conditional use application, starting with the cover letter that was provided to Lower Sultan Township submitting the conditional use application.
And that's dated January 6, 2023, is that correct?
Correct.
And so could you just walk us quickly through the contents of that application package?
Sure. So it first starts with, as I said, the cover letter to Lower Sultan Township. Then there is a title page identifying this as the conditional use application, followed by the Lower Sultan Township application form. There's also a professional escrow agreement that's included within the application regarding the fees. We provided a list of attachments to the application that identify each individual attachment, 1 through 5. Attachment 1 being a letter from a property owner on which the conditional use application is part of, acknowledging their acceptance of that
And is that
on the
because,
property.
that's because at the time the Hans owned 2 small parcels that are within the area proposed for the Phase 5 expansion?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that since the submittal of this application that Bethlehem Landfill Company has in fact purchased those properties, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And just for the record, we submitted as an exhibit at the hearing on, I believe it was the 9th, the deed for the purchase of the Hom parcels by Bethlehem Landfill Company dated January 25th, 2023, that's BLC 13.
So that is attachment 1. Moving to attachment 2, that is a plan that outlines the tax parcels which make up the area of the conditional use application or the future consolidated lot as we reference it in the application. Also, as part of attachment 2 are the deeds associated with those properties that will become part of the to-be consolidated lot. Attachment 3 is a project narrative that outlines the project in summary form. And then attached to the project narrative is an Exhibit A that includes a 12-sheet set of plans that provide information and describe the conditional use being proposed. Attachment 4 is an aerial picture, aerial view of the proposed area of conditional use application that shows the existing conditions within 1,000 feet of the proposed consolidated lot. And attachment 5 is provided to identify property owners within the to-be consolidated lot at a distance of 300 feet to aid in notification of those properties.
And actually, it's a list of property owners within both 300 feet and 200 feet, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And did you prepare this application package that is Hearing Officer Exhibit number 1?
Yes, I did.
Mr. McDowell, I would ask you now, please, if you could turn to what is in your exhibit binder as BLC 14.
Okay.
Yes, oh, that's already been admitted, okay, so that should be, we should already have that. Do you recognize BLC 14,
Yes, I do.
and what is it?
This is a review letter that was prepared by Hanover Engineering dated January 24th in response to our conditional use application submitted to the township.
And in your experience, here in Lower Saucon Township, with respect to the prior projects that you work on, is it typical when an application package for zoning approval is submitted to the township, that then the township engineer issues a review letter for that?
Absolutely, yes.
And that's in your role as municipal engineer in other municipalities, is that commonplace?
Correct, we do the same thing. In that role as a municipal engineer, we would look at applications filed with the township and review them against the existing ordinance within that township.
So, looking at BLC 14, if you could go to the last page of the letter and look at the CC list, it shows you as being, as receiving a copy of this letter, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so your office received this letter when it was issued?
I did receive this letter when it was issued.
And so what did you do when you got the letter?
So I reviewed the letter, looking at each comment that was provided by Hanover, evaluated what I thought they felt was a deficiency or what required some type of response, then looked through the ordinance to see which sections they were referencing, and then decided as to whether their comment would just require a response or some type of revision or supplemental data that we would need to provide to clarify what we were showing for compliance with the ordinance.
And then what did you do?
I prepared a response letter to Hanover's comment letter that outlined each either a response or how we either adjusted or supplemented the application to address that comment. So we typically refer that as the response letter, which would provide an outline on how we've addressed each comment.
Okay, I'm going to ask you if you could please to turn to BLC 16 in your binder.
Okay?
So just for the record, we had brought this exhibit to the hearing officer's attention as a housekeeping matter, I think at the hearing on the 9th, and there was some objection to that. And so while it was handed out, copies were handed out, it wasn't admitted into evidence. So now we're authenticating this particular document through Mr. McDowell, and we will at the end of the day ask that this be admitted, but everybody has copies of this already. It's BLC 16.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so BL 16 is the February 23rd, 2023 response package to the Township Engineers Review Letter of January 24th, 2023, is that correct?
That is correct, yes. The first part of it is essentially a cover letter that outlines how many copies and what's being provided in supplement to the application. And then there's also a specific response letter dated February 23rd that was attached to that cover letter that goes through each comment that was provided by Hanover Engineering, where we type out their comment in full and then provide our response in full associated with that. And so we outline exactly how the application was supplemented or revised.
Okay, so comment by comment, you gave a written response, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there were, looks like there was some additional information provided in the project narrative, is that correct?
That's correct. There was a SPCC plan that was provided in response to a comment from Hanover Engineering.
And what is an SPCC plan?
It's a spill prevention, containment, and contingency plan, I think I have that right, but it's regarding petroleum storage products on the site and how those are managed to prevent spills, and in the event that there are spills, how to manage that. And so that was provided in response to a comment that Hanover Engineering had provided. So we felt it appropriate to add that as an additional exhibit to the project narrative. And we referenced it as such in the narrative itself.
Okay. And then there's the 12-sheet plan set was also part of this response package, correct? Is that because there were some changes to the plans as a result of the township engineer's comments?
Yes, as a result of the comments, in order to adequately address those, we made some revisions to the plan set. We didn't revise all of the individual plan sheets, but we felt it was best to provide the total set as opposed to providing individual sheets, only individual sheets that were revised. So it provides the entire 12-page set.
And in the response letter to the specific individual comments, all of any supplemental information or changes that you made to the plan or additional information you provided is described in that point-by-point letter?
Yes, it is.
Did Hanover Engineering issue another review letter in response to BLC 16?
Yes, they did. Once we submitted on, once we submitted on February 23rd, they issued a response letter to that supplemental information, revised information, reviewing it once again.
I'm going to ask you to turn to BLC 68 in your binder, please. This also was an exhibit that was, copies of which were previously provided. I think it was on the March 9th hearing date. Do you recognize BLC 68, Mr. McDowell?
Yes, I do. That's the Hanover review letter dated March 3rd in response to our February 23rd submittal to the township.
Okay, and if you look at the last page of BLC 68 in the CC list, your name is in that CC list, correct?
Correct.
So you received a copy of this letter directly?
I did receive a copy of this directly, yes.
Okay. We're going to walk through that Hanover review letter dated March 3rd, 2023, later on in your testimony. So let's just put that aside for now. Mr. McDowell, I'm now going to ask you to describe the Phase 5 project, and I know that's sort of a big general ask, so I'm first going to ask you to look at a couple of the exhibits, and then you can use them as you're walking through what the material components of the Phase 5 project are. So first I'm going to ask you to turn back to what's been marked as BLC 16. BLC 16 was the response package that you submitted on February 23rd, and the 12-sheet plan set is in there. So within BL 16, I'd ask you to take a look at sheet 10. And we're going to go ahead and bring that up on the screen so everybody here can look at it. I'm going to ask you to turn to sheet 10. Just going to take a minute to load. Okay. So, Mr. McDowell, it says here in the title block of sheet 10 of BLC 16, conditional use development plan. Is this the sheet in this plan set that best depicts the overall Phase 5 project?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to BLC 72. I'm going to hand that out. So I'm looking at the title block of BLC 72, and by the way, BLC 72 was prepared by Martin and Martin, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the title block says Phase 5 Conceptual Final Grading Plan. BLC 72 and sheet 10 of 12 of BLC 16 look a lot alike. Can you tell us what's the difference between these two documents?
The largest difference between these two documents is the contouring or final grading that is depicted on, BLC 72. You'll see within the area of development, there are solid lines that run through the area of expansion. Those are topographic lines that represent changes in elevation. And so those lines were provided conceptually to give a view of what the expansion may look like from an elevation standpoint.
So those final grades are conceptual because, as Mr. Plodner had testified about in his testimony, that the fully designed Phase 5 project as it's required to be in a PADEP permit application, that full engineering design hasn't yet been done. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that the design of the Phase 5 project has been done to the extent that the information required by the zoning ordinance is provided on the plans. Is that correct?
Objection to the form of the question calls for a legal conclusion.
Has there been some design of the Phase 5 project?
Yes, we've designed this and prepared these conditional use plans in accordance with the Lower Salton Township zoning ordinance to provide a conditional use plan, a complete plan. And as part of that, we've provided a maximum footprint of what we believe would be the Phase 5 expansion. And so in looking at that maximum footprint, we've developed these conceptual grades, but that footprint is just that, a maximum, in that as we would proceed through further design, there may be constraints that would impact the full area of disposal, the full area of the expansion. So as we proceed through that design, I think as Mr. Wagner pointed out, the environmental assessment process, that may result in reductions in this maximum footprint that we've identified on the conditional use plan.
So it's conceptual to the extent that the more detailed engineering that's going to need to be done as part of the DEP permitting application process, that the footprint may become smaller as a result of siting criteria and other constraints. But as depicted on these conditional use plans, this is the maximum footprint that the disposal area would be, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And with respect to BLC 72 and the final grading, it is conceptual to the extent that the geometry of the landfill may be different because of a decrease in the size of the disposal area.
This is not a question, this is a statement. And I believe she'll allow the witness to testify, not herself.
Yeah, I mean, it's leaving, I understand we're just trying to get through the testimony. So if you can rephrase it, Mr. Garber, I'd ask you to.
Sure. Okay, so just to, I think maybe you've already said this, but just to confirm that the design of the landfill in these conditional use plans shows maximum footprint and maximum grades, correct?
Correct.
And there will be a finer point put on both of those things as a more detailed engineering plan is prepared in the context of the DEP permit application, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that's because there are many additional siting criteria and constraints that will be put onto this project pursuant to the DEP regulations, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So other than the conceptual final grades on BL 72, does BL 72 have any information on it that's not on sheet 10 of 12 of BLC 16?
No, I think all of the information is generally the same. I would note though, within the existing landfill footprint, we've also provided topographic contouring in that area as currently approved or pending with DEP. So those lines and grades that are shown within the existing landfill, those lines are on this document and not within the conditional use application.
Mm-hmm. Is, just to put it in layman's terms, if you're describing, and when you are going to be describing sort of the material components of the Phase 5 project, is BLC 72 a little bit more reader-friendly in terms of providing a clear image because some of the busy details behind in BLC 10 are removed?
Correct, yes. We also took off, we removed some of the hatching and identification of things from sheet 10 of the conditional use application to make a more presentable drawing for view and understanding.
Okay, so with that then, I'm going to ask you really to look at BLC 72 as you talk about what the Phase 5 project is, and we'll leave that up on the screen right now. If you could, can you generally describe the property on which the Phase 5 project is proposed? And it might help maybe if we go back actually to the original application package, which was hearing officer number one in your binder. And if you go to attachment 2 within that, this shows well, I'll ask you what it shows rather than asking you the leading question.
This is a document that was included within the conditional use application that outlines the total number of tracks that would become the to-be consolidated landfill to the property itself. And so
I'm going to stop you there, Mr. Dillon. I'm going to give you a pointer so that as you're walking through, because I'm going to ask you to, again, I'll just reiterate my question, to describe the property on which the Phase 5 project is proposed. And if it's okay, I...
Yes, that's fine.
When you're doing that and turning your head, just make sure you continue to speak in the microphone for the court reporter.
okay. So as I was saying, this is attachment 2 of the conditional use application. The top of this page is to the north, south is to the bottom of the page. The shaded area that you see there is the future to-be consolidated lot of approximately 593 acres. This parcel here, which I think is identified as tract number 7, that is the existing landfill parcel, and the proposal is to add 6 separate parcels to this existing landfill parcel to create a to-be consolidated lot on which Phase 5 would be developed. You can see here we've identified, at least by property line, various properties to the west of the landfill, of the existing landfill tract, again here to the west. These properties, for the most part, are currently owned by Bethlehem Landfill. There is this property in here, which is the motorcycle club. This property here is a utility owned property. I would point out here, this is Riverside Drive. This is the Lehigh River to the north. We then, this tract here was purchased by Bethlehem Landfill Company. These are the properties in here, were the Hahn properties that we referenced earlier, that will become part of the consolidated tract. This is formerly known, I believe, as the Reddington property, also owned by Bethlehem Landfill.
And Mr. McDowell, before you move off of the Reddington property, is there, you can see Bull Run there. Does that property include Bull Run and the triangle north of Bull Run?
Yes, it does. That property includes the area to the north of Bull Run, but that is not part, that would be part of the consolidated lot, but not in the area of the Phase 5 conditional use expansion, and it does include Bull Run as it runs across there.
And is it your understanding that that triangular portion of the Reddington parcel north of Bull Run, is that zone the same as the rest of this?
It is not. It is zoned residential agricultural or RA.
And what, so that triangle is not being used for any landfill purpose, it's not zoned for that landfill purpose. Do you know what purpose it's being used for?
My understanding is it's to be leased to the city of Bethlehem for their use. I believe there's a shooting range that's on that area of the property.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. You can keep going.
As I was saying, this property here, again owned by Bethlehem Landfill, is what we've referred to in the past as the tank farm. This is the property on which the existing tank, there's 2 existing tanks that are located generally in this area.
And those tanks are depicted on the conditional use plans. Those are existing structures, correct?
That's correct, yes. And the area in shading here is all zoned light industrial. There are portions of the to-be consolidated lot that are currently zoned and remain to be zoned light manufacturing. And then there are, as we discussed, residential zoning to the east, RA zoning to the east here.
And are there, just to orient everybody also, are there high tension power lines that run in the vicinity of this area?
Yes, there are. They are more to the west side of the existing landfill lot. They generally run along this side of the property here.
And then, do they run across the river?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the east side of the property, again, just to orient people, is there a natural gas transmission line?
There is a natural gas transmission line that goes across the tank farm property, generally where I'm showing on this exhibit, and then following the eastern property line of tract 5 there that we identify, and the neighboring property here. So there's actually 2 gas transmission mains that run that eastern property line.
And just to wrap up your discussion of this, what do the orange lines depict?
Those lines depict the area of the conditional use development. That's the area of the subject application within this to-be consolidated law.
Okay, thank you. I am now going to ask you to turn back to DLC 72. So now, using DLC 72, and feel free to use the pointer if it's helpful, can you walk us through the material components of the Phase 5 project?
Yes. So again, on this mapping, north is to the top of the page, south to the bottom of the page. This is the existing landfill. This is the area, as we discussed before, of the Phase 4 expansion, the southeastern realignment, and then the latest was the northern realignment on this side of the existing landfill. Applebutter Road, again for reference, follows along the south, Lehigh River and Riverside Drive to the north. In this area here, where we were just referencing, is Bull Run, and the area north of Bull Run to the east to the city of Bethlehem is in this location. So the proposal as depicted on this plan is to laterally expand the landfill. That is shown as far as the limit of disposal by this line that I'm following here. I think it's generally a purple/blue line as it shows up on this document, but that is the proposed limit of disposal, which extends to the north and to the northeast and east of the existing landfill. We also identified, I think, a small expansion laterally here to the west, and that also the limit of disposal is identified by that same shaded blue purple line.
I'm gonna stop you there for a second. I'm gonna ask you to just describe a little bit more about that small additional footprint to the west. How big is that additional footprint?
The disposal area itself is approximately 3 acres. The area of total disturbance is slightly less than 6 acres.
And why are those two different things?
Well, the disposal limit is 15 feet back from the anchor trench where the liner system would terminate. You then need distance from that point to be able to access the landfill and maintain the landfill, so there's typically a perimeter roadway for that purpose. And then you would have tie-in slopes to match existing grade on the outside of the landfill. So the disposal area itself of the waste is always going to be less than what your total area of disturbance is to construct that disposal.
And what is the purpose of adding that 3+ acres of additional disposal area in that area to the west?
It would enable Bethlehem Landfill to provide finished grades in those areas to final cap that area without benefit of any waste relocation. So if in order to perform the final grading and capping and revegetation as it currently sits, without this lateral expansion, waste relocation would be required with an expansion of the disposal that would allow us to final cap that off without the benefit of waste relocation.
So that it could be finally closed with no disposal activities occurring on that western end of the landfill at all, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll just remind you of where you were. I asked you to describe the material components of the project, and you got us through describing the outside limits or maximum limits of the disposal area footprint that's being proposed. So continue.
So yes, as I was saying, those lines shown are really the proposed development, the expansion of the disposal footprint. I would note here that these red lines that you see, and I apologize, they're probably difficult to see, but there is an existing DEP permit boundary that encapsulates the existing landfill and the existing property. Generally following in this area, it's for the most part following the property line of the existing landfill, except however along Applebutter Road, it does extend further back. But as you can see here, even in this area, the existing DEP permit boundary extends out to Applebutter Road. That is shown here with a lighter dashed red line, generally encapsulating that. It's approximately 206 acres in size, as I recall. We've identified here with these red lines a proposed permit area, again, maximum permit area for which we would seek as part of the DEP application. Those, for example, on this western area, the existing permit boundary is here. We would propose this extension of the permit boundary to allow for, as we discussed, the closing of this western portion. As it relates to the expansion to the north and the northeast, we've identified, again, the maximum permit boundary that we would seek as following generally my line here, my pointer here with this red line. Again, that would come from a point or an expansion. The existing permit boundary is here. We would then expand that, provide a new permit boundary in this area, and then it would follow really our area of proposed development. It's hard to see here because we have, particularly to the north and the northeast along these areas, because we have line over top of line over top of line, all indicating a limit of development, which is also the limit of any proposed permitting. But that would generally follow this line here along the eastern side, and then a proposed permit boundary in here.
So the DEP permit boundary is going to be bigger than the disposal area boundary, is that correct?
That's correct. The regulations require that the permit boundary be outside of any work associated with construction of the landfill, any support activities associated with the landfill. So generally speaking, we try to make that meet the regulations as far as siting criteria for a permanent boundary to ensure we encapsulate all of the related activities associated with the landfill.
So like with the disposal area being the maximum size that would be part of this project, similarly is the DEP permit line as proposed on these plans, the maximum or outside limit of what that DEP permit boundary would be?
That's correct. That's what we would seek. We would likely work back from there. So,
Yes, continue, please.
So, to point out that this is Applebutter Road to the south. This is the existing landfill access, the existing office in this location. This access would remain as part of the Phase 5 expansion. We propose no changes associated with that access from Applebutter Road. There would be internal access drives that would be extended from existing internal access drives that would go around the perimeter of the disposal area to allow for access to that disposal area for disposal of the waste, maintenance, and the like. So that there's essentially a perimeter drive or road around the perimeter of the proposed expansion to allow for that access and maintenance to the disposal area. As I said, this access is to remain as part of the Phase 5 expansion. On this plan, we've also identified possible alternative locations for the scale and truck wash facility. Currently, the truck wash facility and scale are located generally in this area. Currently, when waste is received at the site, it enters in this location, and then you can see there's kind of a circle here that is provided. It would come around that circle across the scale and then to the working face of the landfill for disposal through the internal access drives. We are placing really as just a placeholder to identify potential alternate areas for that scale and the truck wash facility. If in fact these were developed the existing facilities would be removed. I think part of our thinking associated with that is this circuitous way that trucks currently access the facility, go across the scale and monitor, providing them a better staging area along this existing haul road to the landfill in this area by placing the scale and truck wash facility in that area. That could be an improvement to the overall function of the landfill and operations of the landfill. So those are really just placeholders, not proposed per se, but just an identified area as an alternate location for the existing facilities.
Mr. McDowell, looking at BLC 72, I see a couple of things shaded in blue. What are those?
Those are identified stormwater management areas that we envision as being areas where stormwater would be collected and managed prior to being discharged from the site.
And are those the basins that are highlighted in blue, are those ones new basins that will be part of the Phase 5 expansion?
Yes, they are new basins. We show them as, two spatial areas on this. Those facilities have not been designed as yet.
Why not?
I think for all of the same reasons as we discussed before, that this is conceptual. We don't know exactly where this limited disposal, but we know the maximum area of disposal. So as that changes, also the design of the stormwater management system will change. And so we've identified spatial areas here essentially for where we believe stormwater management facilities would be developed to manage runoff from the landfill prior to being discharged.
And when would you do the actual specific design for stormwater management for Phase 5?
Once we have a final footprint and design associated with Phase 5 for the liner system, both the area of development and then final grades, not only final grades once all the waste has been placed within Phase 5, but also the interim grades as Phase 5 would be developed. Those would have to be taken into account to ensure that any runoff from the interim grades as Phase 5 is developed, that they are collected and managed appropriately. Those facilities would be designed in accordance with Chapter 102 of the Pennsylvania regulations. There would be a stormwater management plan prepared associated with them. The DEP application requires what's called a Form I, which is a soil erosion and sedimentation form. That's during construction activities. There would be facilities to control erosion and sedimentation from construction activities on site. And then there would also be a post-construction stormwater management plan that would be prepared, that once development is finished, entering an enclosure period, that there would be post-construction facilities developed as part of the construction. And so those things have not been completed as yet, but that's the anticipation.
And again, they haven't been completed because the very specific design of the disposal area in terms of the exact configuration of the footprint and the both interim and final grades and contours of it. Once that specific design is prepared, then you can prepare the stormwater management for that particular design, is that correct?
That's correct, absolutely.
But again, this is maximum footprint, maximum elevation. This is as big as it's going to possibly be.
This is as big as it's going to be, yes.
Okay, and then when those, just to sort of summarize for people who don't do this day in and day out, it sounds like there are two components to stormwater control. One is sort of what you described as the erosion and sedimentation controls that are put in place during the active operation of the landfill, is that correct?
That's correct.
as it's being built out and filled and
During
closed?
construction periods, there is an erosion and sedimentation control plan that is developed for the site to manage stormwater runoff from those construction activities.
And all of the plans associated with those controls are reviewed as part of the DEP permit application, is that correct?
That's correct. It would be part of that Form I as I referenced.
And then the post-construction stormwater management plan, which would be how the design for managing the landfill once it's completely closed and capped. That would be a post-construction stormwater management plan that's reviewed by who?
That plan would be reviewed by Lower Salcombe Township for conformance with their stormwater management ordinance, and also by the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission for consistency with the county stormwater management plan.
And are those post-construction stormwater management plans submitted as part of a land development application package,
Yes,
which will come later after zoning approval, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so you talked about the DEP permit boundary, the disposal area, you talked about the alternative locations for the scale and the scale house and the truck wash. You talked about the stormwater management system and identified the location of the basins and talked about when that full design will happen. I see a lot of green on here. Can you tell us what are the various things that are shaded in green on here?
So the darker green area to the south, generally along Applebutter Road, those are existing woodlands that would remain undisturbed and not be part of development of the Phase 5 expansion. There are also, it's a little difficult to see, but there are also indications of landscaping where I'm highlighting here. This is a green shade. These are proposed landscape areas associated with the Phase 5 expansion. That landscaping would be on either fill or cut slopes in order to achieve grades to develop the disposal area. So in this area, there would be grading that would occur initially. There would then be a fill slope that would be constructed, essentially a sort of berm to develop the landfill. And then in that area, we're proposing to do additional landscaping in those areas that were disturbed.
So, sorry, I want to stop you there, just so it's clear, because it's hard to see, but this is not a technical term, but if you look in the legend, there's like sort of bright green bubbles in the legend, and that is the proposed Phase 5 landscaping, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that's distinguished from the dark green areas that you just described as existing vegetation that's not going to be disturbed in the area that is sort of to the south and the southeast, correct?
That's correct. The darker green areas will not be disturbed as part of the Phase 5 expansion.
Okay, and then there are also green areas that are green cross-hatched on here, and we'll get to that in a minute, but going back to the landscaping, the green bubbles, that is going to be where landscaping is going to be installed, correct?
Correct. That's where we would be installing trees and plantings in those areas where we've disturbed, reestablished grades in those areas, and then replanting vegetation, shrubs, plants, and the like.
Okay, and is that the kind of landscaping that the landfill has done in connection with prior expansions that you've worked on?
Yes, both the southeastern realignment and the northern realignment included landscape plantings, both on fill slopes. There's also edge and screen plantings that were proposed as part of those expansions.
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn to Exhibit 73 in your binder, please, Mr. McDowell. Do you recognize Exhibit PLC 73, Mr. McDowell?
Yes, this is a plan that we prepared that outlines typical landscaping that we've used in the past at Bethlehem Landfill and notes associated with that landscape.
Okay, and this typical landscaping notes and details are, these are the kinds of landscaping plans that have been previously approved by Lower Saucon Township in connection with the prior expansions, is that correct?
I'm going to object.
That's
This
right.
isn't a plan at all. It's just a depiction of what landscaping can look like. So I object to this. I'm going to object again to the leading nature of this testimony. You know, I understand the complexity of this, but I don't think Attorney Barber should be permitted to just simply testify. Yes or no response from this witness. For all of those reasons, I object.
All right. We'll ask you to try not to lead as much as you are, if you can. With respect to this exhibit, I understood the testimony and it's labeled as such, typical landscaping notes and details. So this does not specifically relate in any way to what is going to be installed, is that correct?
It is not specific to what's being installed, but we wanted to give essentially a flavor as to what types of plants and where they would be installed as part of the Phase 5 expansion.
All right, and so this is typical of what has been installed in the past at the site?
Yes, both at the southeastern realignment and northern realignment.
All right, and it is what you anticipate would likely be installed if this were to be approved?
Yes.
I understand the objection, I'm going to overrule it. You can continue.
Thank you. And just going back, this would be what you would expect to be the type of landscaping installed in the areas that are marked with the bright green bubbles on BLC 72, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, going back to BLC 72, we talked about the dark green areas and the bright green bubble areas. What are the cross-hatched green areas?
The crosshatched green areas, as shown on this plan, are proposed conservation easement areas that are proposed within the to-be consolidated lot on which Phase 5 is to be developed.
And I see where those green crosshatched areas are on the, why don't you walk us through the different areas where that green crosshatch is? Starting on the eastern boundary.
So starting on the eastern boundary, the crossed green hatched areas are along the eastern property line. That's the proposed conservation easement.
Can you use your pointer to, there we
On
go.
the eastern boundary here, this is proposed conservation easement area. This width here is 400 feet. I guess to put that in perspective, that's greater than a football field end to end.
And is that the combined, it's hard to see on here, but that strip running up the eastern boundary, is that all cross-hatch area or is it something else in addition?
Well, as far as the 400 feet,
Yes.
yes, it is. The 400 feet is comprised of both the proposed landscaping and the conservation easement. The conservation easement itself is 175 feet in this location.
And what's the width of the landscaping then?
That would be 225.
Okay.
And then the conservation easement that would then extend along the eastern property line out to Riverside Drive, include that area to the north of Bull Run, as we discussed before, that would be leased to the city of Bethlehem.
Would be or is currently leased?
I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll provide evidence of that particular fact later in the hearing.
And then that conservation easement extends along Riverside Drive here. We've provided some dimensions in this location or along the Riverside Drive to give you an indication of dimension from Riverside Drive as to how far back the proposed conservation easement is. I think at its closest point is 125 feet. generally in this location here. Then extending further, this tail is all part of the proposed conservation easement within the to be consolidated lot, as well as this area here within the existing landfill area, or landfill lot, excuse me. There is also proposed conservation easements to the west of the landfill. These properties specifically to the west of the landfill that are currently owned by Bethlehem Landfill would be part of that proposed conservation easement area. And there is the motorcycle club that's located generally in this area. Bethlehem has entered into an agreement that the motorcycle club would offer that to the township as a conservation easement upon approvals of the Phase 5 expansion. So that agreement is in place with the motorcycle club. So in total, for the conservation easement, we start along the eastern property line, having 175-foot width here. All of the area north of Bull Run, an area along Riverside Drive here, extending all the way here, then encapsulating the motorcycle club, and then all of the properties under the current ownership of Bethlehem Landfill would comprise the proposed conservation easement as part of the Phase 5 expansion, which provides really on all sides of the proposed development.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you, Mr. McDowell, to turn to BLC 76 in your binder, please.
Okay.
And do you recognize BLC 76?
I do, yes.
And what does BLC 76 show in relation to what you just described in terms of the conservation easement proposal?
This document provides an outline of the total area of proposed conservation easement to be offered in green by this hatched area here. This again was the areas that I was referencing to the west that are currently owned by Bethlehem Landfill that would be offered to the township for conservation easement. And then this being the motorcycle club property, this being the piece on the existing landfill lot. These are the pieces again, north of Bull Run, along Riverside Drive, and then the 175 feet along the eastern property line. The area that's depicted in the purple is existing conservation easement areas that we would extend from.
On the parcel of, as you understand it, owned by who?
That's the Petrie.
Okay, so the pink is existing conservation easement area that the Petries have put on their property, and the green is what would be proposed as part of the Phase 5 project, correct?
Correct.
And then just to put this into context, because it's an aerial, can you just point out where Steel City is in relation to this?
Steel City is in the upper left corner of this document, where I'm pointing to here. This is Steel City. This is the Lehigh River, Riverside Drive. Steel City in this area, Applebutter Road, and then this is the existing landfill that you see here.
And just, again, to put it into perspective or context, when you talked about the tanks before, can you just point them out on here to give people perspective of where they are?
These are the existing tanks, as what I referenced. This property being the tank farm property. These are the two existing tanks that are located on this existing property.
Okay. Can you turn back to BLC 72 for a moment, please?
Sure.
Can you show me where the closest point of the current disposal area is? And actually, maybe I should clarify that. Is the closest point of the landfill under the where is the closest point of the disposal area with the northern realignment project that's currently pending before DEP? Closest to the Lehigh River, sorry.
The closest point to the Lehigh River with the northern realignment, again, this is the area of the northern realignment, and the disposal footprint extends here, and this distance here is approximately 850 feet.
Okay. That's the northern realignment that's already been approved by Lower Saco Township, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if you could just, what would be, in terms of the maximum disposal footprint for the Phase 5 expansion, which is what is depicted on these plans, what is the closest point of that maximum footprint to the Lehigh River as compared to the northern realignment?
So the maximum footprint, again, shown here with this purple line of disposal, this is approximately 830 feet to the Lehigh River. So this area would be about 20 feet closer.
Okay. Okay, so we talked, or you talked, that is, about the maximum disposal area. Did you put a number on that, just maximum disposal area in terms of acreage?
I don't believe I did, but it's 117.4 is what we've calculated as the maximum disposal area associated with Phase 4. And that includes both the north and east area of expansion as well as the west, as we discussed.
Okay. Does the disposal area open and get filled all at once? Or is it built out and filled in phases?
The disposal area is built out in phases. I think Mr. Wagner referred to it as pieces of a quilt being added. But it would be developed in phases. For full build out, you identify those as cells. We develop individual cells of the full expansion area. So it would be developed in phases. Generally, we start at the low end of the phase elevation-wise and work up gradient. So, again, I think Mr. Wagner used the term bathtub, and going to the drain, we would essentially start at the sump, what we would call the sump for the drain, and work up gradient from there as we would develop the cells of the landfill within that shown maximum disposal area.
And when you say cells, those are just the smaller parts of the total 117 acre disposal area?
Correct.
So patches in the quilt.
Patches in the quilt.
I am going to ask you, please, well, let me ask this question. So, does there ever need to be a specific and definitive plan for the build out of the quilt and the order of the patches of the quilt?
Yes, absolutely. There is a plan that is filed associated with the DEP application that specifically identifies the sequence of development within the disposal area and how those pieces all match together and any interim grades between those areas of disposal. So that is part of the phasing plan that's submitted to the department as part of the solid waste application. I believe we also include that as part of the land development plan application that was included with both the southeastern realignment and the northern.
Do you know definitively today what the phasing of Phase 5 will be?
No, we don't definitively know what that phasing will be or what that will specifically look like. That plan has not been prepared.
And why not?
Because again, we're talking about a maximum footprint with conceptual ideas of relating to spatial, how much space this would take up as a maximum. We think that's ultimately likely to be adjusted as we go through a full design.
So is it safe to say that once that full detailed engineering design of phase 5 is accomplished, it's at that point, or is it at that point that you determine what the actual definitive phasing plan would be and you propose that to DEP?
Absolutely.
But you did just testify that, like, conceptually, there is an order in which you would build out a landfill in terms of going from bottom to top, lowest point to top. Is that accurate to say?
That's correct, yes.
I'm gonna ask you, Mr. McDowell, if you would, turn to what's been marked as BLC 74.
Okay.
Do you recognize BLC 74?
Yes, this is a plan that we developed using the maximum disposal footprint and a conceptual development plan for the phasing as we were just discussing.
And again, conceptual because the specific detailed engineering of the project comes with the DEP application preparation process, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So how is it that you come up with sort of a conceptual?
Because there's,
Plan.
these general rules of thumb, that all landfills would follow in development of these phasing plans. As I said, one of those being that we have to start at the drain or the sump, as we would call it, and move up gradient from that area. So it's a decision of, do we start with the north side of the disposal area, the south side, and then we're identifying the lowest point and working up gradient from there so that the leachate management systems can operate and function properly. There's a certain phasing that one would identify. So there's general rules of thumb to follow when you're dealing with that.
So looking at BLC 74, can you use this and tell us how it depicts sort of this quilt build out, the squares of the quilt and how it's built out over time? I see different colors on here, green, orange, crosshatched, lighter green. I see some dates on here. So walk us through.
So yeah, the various colors are shown down in the key as to what they indicate. Starting at this first section, again, this outline is the area of maximum disposal that we've identified on the phase 5 conditional use plans.
And I'm so sorry, I'm going to interrupt because what these plans don't appear to show as I'm looking at it is the small western piece. Talk to me about the build out or timing of that.
So yes, we would anticipate the build out or timing of that western piece to be one of the first steps that Bethlehem Landfill would want to take in order to close out that western side and finish and final cap and grade that area. So I think that would be an initial step as part of any phase 5 development.
Okay, and now proceed. Thank you for that.
So again, this is the area of maximum disposal. And then what we've identified here is that this darker green area, we identify that as a wooded area, since we would not go in and strip all of the existing wooded or trees in this area. We would only develop in the area where we would want to propose the first section of the disposal area, and that's depicted here in the orange. We've also got a small box here that's indicated within the orange area, and that is indicative of a spatial area to represent the working face on any given day. That working face is where actual waste disposal, waste placement. It would be occurring within the entire cell, as I would refer. So I would refer to this orange area as the entire cell, and then in this smaller box is where the actual working face would be, or where waste disposal would be occurring.
So just going
Excuse
back,
me, may I object to this? This is so speculative. This takes us beyond conceptual. There are no plans. So far, we've heard 3 days of testimony that there are no design plans. That anything that is required has to go to DEP anyway. So we don't know what DEP is gonna require. And now he's talking about what's gonna happen in 2042, like it's gonna happen tomorrow, just like 20 years ago, they probably told us that this landfill was not gonna expand any further than it was.
all right, I'm gonna object to that representation.
It's, it's simply a house of cards that has no foundation.
But she has laid that foundation out for me so that I can understand that this is not definitively how this is going to play out. But I need to get an appreciation for how the landfill works and, you know, what is likely to occur. I will take absolute notice of the fact that these plans do not represent what will actually occur cell-wise within the landfill.
And I appreciate we are all curious about what is likely to occur, but I don't believe that that is any standard of proof in a conditional use proceeding. There must be some fundamental facts, not we're gonna do it, not this is conceptual, this is what we're gonna do, this is what we promised to do. We are not based on promises here, and so far, all we've heard is, we promised to do this, we promised to do
I
that.
object to
and
that
this is what's gonna happen
representation
in
as
the
well.
future, But it's dependent upon what DEP says or what the studies that we have yet to do are going to reveal to us.
Right.
So, you know, it's interesting, but it is irrelevant to what the issue before this tribunal is. Therefore, note my continuing objection to anything that is speculative, conjectural, or conceptual.
All right, so I'm gonna have to have you object when you feel something is speculative. But with respect to this, I am going to allow this exhibit and the testimony concerning this. And I will absolutely note that this is likely not to be exactly how things play out. These cells are here just for kind of informative purposes and the potential of what may occur, but that is likely to be different.
Mr. McNair,
Yes.
I have a related objection.
Okay?
My concern is that the exhibit, this and others, have been used to paint the development of the landfill in a favorable light. And because there is no testimony that is in fact what will happen, I believe the exhibits are misleading. So for example, what is shown in 2042 on this drawing could theoretically be there in 2031. And so I'm concerned about the misleading nature of what we're being shown, that this is a slight gradual impact where it could be much more significant.
Right, understood. I understand the objection.
And I will cross on that if you
And
want.
that was gonna be my next statement. So I'm gonna overrule the objection, but you can absolutely ask cross-examination questions and establish that. And of course, you can give argument related to that, but I'm going to overrule it. I do think it is relevant. So you may proceed with questions. We're getting close to a point where I'd like to take a break.
I just did get a note, can we please take a break, so would it be possible? Now is the fine
All
time.
right, then we'll take a 5-minute break. It's 11 o'clock. If you can all try to be back at 11:05. Thank you. Well, I'm just saying,
I don't think he minds, because his are gonna be a little different.
But they have
Going backward. Yeah, so if you're here on the map. If you go on
The shoe in the other foot. PM in the afternoon and I shouldn't have told him.
I gave you they should have those pictures of those
Anybody go on the website?
Yeah, exactly.
A picture of the barn and the pond and all that stuff. Welcome to my world.
I didn't need anybody. I Yeah, that's
But they charge for it. You started that. You didn't get any room. It's all conceptual. Give me something concrete. That's what it seems like. And the reason they have a lot of that over there that they're not going to bring on is because the streets are going to stink. You go, you dump on top of it. You can't. And that goes all the way down. That's all. That's conservation.
That's a very good question.
Yippee.
The ladies from Quick are Park.
They're planning on rezoning a new section of Eastern Road.
That's the next one. You can take it back and bring it with you if you want to.
How are you? Wonderful.
We're doing a lot of rezoning issues down on East and out the other end of North Town. Stuff like that.
Come on.
6:30.
6:30. Full day.
I'm not taking everything down and going home. I'm just going to sleep in the corner probably for a while. Maybe I'll order stuff from the pizza shop, see if my wife will go pick it up on the way home and bring me a hoagie. Nothing to probably happen, but I don't trust just leaving everything
We stay in touch. If you're coming down, you know, I'll give you a ring. Got your back.
I never had to
I'll shut down.
maybe a pizza. My dogs are alone all day.
I understand. That's why this kid is going to get his hands on the old man goes down to the house at night. The kids playing rich.
Let's say you have a question.
So we bought all the.
I think you and I same question.
I go up there 2-3 times a week just to check out. I got pictures. We saw the pictures. And I'll give you pictures of an action. I'll give you so we know all about it. And also there's another geologist that actually is on the service. There's other ecologists that study volunteer in service. And Dennis is yeah, me too. I just hope it's not what I'm but we'll have more. I found out about
There you go.
I want to do something take my truck. Can't miss that truck.
Everyone's returned to your seats.
So we just have to set up time.
All right, we'll go back on the record. We had a microphone issue, which has been rectified, I believe. We're gonna get a new mic for the podium as well. But that'll take place, I think, during the lunch hour. If we get to a point, and actually, you're not gonna finish direct, right, Ms. Garber, before?
If we break at 12:30, I might.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens, but I think Mr. Aztec across, you're gonna go for a while anyway, so I don't think we'll need a mic at the podium for quite some time. But you may proceed with direct examination.
Thank you. Mr. McDowell, what is the expected life of the landfill with the Phase 5 expansion?
We presented in the project narrative about 20 to 30 years.
30 years. And why is that a range?
It's a range because, one, again, we don't know exact footprint of disposal, and then two, we don't know the bottom end or the bottom of the bathtub yet. There's still yet to be studies to develop what that is, and that would include disposal capacity, which would impact the life of the project.
Okay, and I think you testified before the break that with respect to this maximum disposal footprint of 117 acres, that it does not get built out all at once, correct?
Correct. It's developed in phases over time. Generally, it's broken up into separate cells as they would develop. We would have individual cells that we would be constructing, and as we discussed, starting from the drain to the top, up gradient, and those cells would be developed over time. So it wouldn't be a matter of going in and clearing all of the 117.4 acres at one shot, developing the entire disposal area at one time. It would be developed over time in phases, and that phasing plan would be put together as part of the design of the landfill and part of the DEP permit application.
And with all of that in mind, what is BLC 74 intended to represent?
Its intention is to represent just that, what I said, in terms of there is development over time where cells, sections of the disposal area would be developed, liner would be placed, and there would be waste disposal in those sections. That would get to an elevation of fill. There would be cover placed over that, and then we would develop additional sections of the fill or cells or pieces to allow for additional disposal working from the downgrading and upgrading. So the intent of the exhibit is to show that development over time. And generally, that's what's shown on this exhibit. We've identified certain areas over that time period with some dates, but those are just estimated dates. And the lines as shown for individual cells, that has not been designed yet, but it's a general proximity of what we would envision based upon our experience.
Right, and the dates, while the dates are not date certain, they represent how the landfill would be built out in phases over what might be a 20 to 30 year
Correct.
lifespan.
Correct.
And that there are individual cells that are built out over time.
That's correct. That there are individual pieces of cells that are built at one time and then developed from there.
And can you just walk us through again, so just looking at, for example, well, I'll let you do it however you want to do it, but I'd like you to sort of just explain the difference in the colors and sort of where you start and where you end in terms of the build out with respect to the colors.
So with regard to the colors, there's 4 identifiers, as I said down here in the key. Starting with this first one, this orange area would be the area of active construction to develop a cell as part of the landfill expansion. This is at the low end of the site, so there would be a sump in this area. And then within that orange area, we provided a representative box. That quarter-acre area would move throughout this cell as days progress, as the landfill would operate and place fill. So that active area would move.
Can I interrupt for a minute? And so that, I think what you said is that the active area is at any given time no bigger than a quarter acre, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that something that is limited by DEP?
Correct. That is limited as part of the plans with DEP.
And is that the size of the active area, the limit of the active area of the landfill currently?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So then within that orange area, which is a cell that's being constructed and filled, it's active, that square would move all around the orange area as it's being used for disposal area, correct?
That would move throughout the cell as constructed would be the orange, and then that active area would move throughout horizontally and vertically within that cell, placing waste within the cell. And then once we achieve grades, there then is the next stage where there would be a soil cover placed over that waste that was placed previously in the cell, and a new cell would be developed. And then again, this green is representative of, as I said, the idea that this would develop over time in terms of, this is IV'd as wooded area, so this would remain as wooded area, some portion of that disposal footprint, until such time as the cells would then develop over time. So generally speaking, there would be a cell developed, there would be placement of waste in that cell, soil cover over that cell, both on a daily and an intermediate basis once we reach grades. And then we would develop an additional cell generally upgrading from the previous cell, placement of fill and waste in that cell, and you continue to build out the disposal area. So it would, what this is intended to depict is that we wouldn't go in and strip all of the woodlands, disturb all of the area that as identified on the conditional use plan as an initial step. That would happen over time.
Over the 20 to 30-year life of the project?
Correct, yes.
And I'm just looking at the legend where the green cross hatches, it says intermediate cover with vegetation. So as active cells are filled and covered, they're vegetated as well?
Correct, they are vegetated as part of the revegetation plan within the DEP application.
And then in the solid light green in the legend where it says final closure area, that's also vegetated?
That's also vegetated, but has final closure in that would be capping. So in those areas, not only would there be soil, there would be a final cap, a membrane, a geomembrane placed over to encapsulate what was placed in the previous cell. And then on top of that geomembrane would be 24 inches of soil with vegetation. So those, as you pointed out, like for example here, this is at an intermediate cover or a step before final capping, and this was representative of final capping. Again, going along with the development of the landfill through time, as we go to the next stage of cell development, then previous areas where fill was placed receives the final cap and revegetation.
Okay. Can you turn to the second page of this document? And so this is just an extension of the phasing carrying over from page 1, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so then the last illustration is what the Phase 5 project would be at the end of its active life, correct?
Correct, yeah. Once we achieve closure period, there would be a final cap placed over the entire disposal area. That was part of the Phase 5 expansion and vegetated. That would be the geomembrane cap plus the 24 inches of soil and vegetation.
Okay.
So that's what's next.
Okay. Can you go back to the first page of this exhibit, PLC 74? I just want to ask a question or two more about the active working face of the landfill. So that square that's depicted on BLC 74. Is that active working face exposed 24/7?
No, it's not exposed 24/7. It is open when active working is going on. So when the landfill is in operation and taking waste, it is open, that quarter-acre area where waste is being received and placed.
Like during the day?
During the day, and then once the facility is no longer accepting waste, then there is a daily cover that is placed over that active area.
So at the end, so it's open and waste is being disposed in that quarter-acre area during the day, and when the landfill closes its gates, it's covered.
It's covered.
And what's-
Generally with a soil, but it can also be any approved daily cover that will be applied for through DEP.
That's something that DEP has to approve, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then what happens the next day when the gates open?
When the gates open the next day, there's either another active area identified or waste would be placed atop, if it was a soil layer, placed atop that soil layer that was placed previously at the end of the previous working day. So it would build vertically over time, waste disposal, daily cover, waste disposal for the following day, then daily cover. So that would build over time in elevation within each area of each cell.
And those daily cover requirements are governed by DEP and DEP regulations and the DEP permit, is that correct?
Yes, they are all governed by regulations in Title 25, as part of the operations of the landfill, Chapter 273.
Okay. I am going to ask you to turn to ELC 75 in your binder, and I'm just going to clarify for the record, it's actually BLC 75A, not BLC 75. Do you recognize this document?
Sorry, I just pulled it out, so I might be missing it.
I can give you an extra copy.
No, I think it's just that I have the larger plans pulled up. Okay. Yes,
It's,
yes, got it, 75.
All right. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this was a document that we prepared to try to give an overview of the comparisons between the current landfill and what's proposed as part of the Phase 5 expansion.
Okay, so this is something that Martin prepared?
Yes.
And can you just walk us through this document, if you would?
Okay. This is a document that has, in table format, the major aspects associated with the landfill: total disposal area, remaining life, maximum height, landfill access, and it tries to give a direct comparison as to what is changing from existing operations and Bethlehem landfill and what is proposed as part of the Phase 5 expansion. So for example, the top line of this, at the current landfill, the existing total disposal area is about 140.5 acres, which that does include the northern realignment area once approved and through DEP. The maximum disposal we're presenting as part of the conditional use applications is 117.4, so it gives you a comparison as to what exists, what is proposed. For remaining life at the landfill, currently it's about 2.4 years. Now that excludes the northern realignment, as we noted on there. And again, remaining life, if we were to get approvals for the Phase 5 expansion, we discussed 20 to 30 years. But then, as we go down the list, with regard to the typical size of the daily working phase, that would not change. We're proposing no change to that. We're proposing no change to the maximum height associated with the landfill, which is currently in the permit 725, which is a topographic elevation above sea level, not indicative of a total height of something. The permitted waste volumes currently, those are 1375 tons per day average daily volume, and then 1800 tons per day as a maximum daily volume. Again, proposing no change as part of the Phase 5 expansion. The haul route proposed to the Phase 5 expansion is the same as what exists today for the landfill. That would be the I-78, 412, Chambersburg, Applebutter Road process. That's the off-site haul road process to the landfill that's currently approved for the site. The landfill access, as I've said previously when we were going over the plans, proposing no change at that location of access off of Applebutter Road. And again, hours of operation, propose no change as part of the Phase 5 expansion for that. Leachate discharge, there is a collection of leachate from the various cells, and currently that is collected and discharged to Bethlehem POTW facility for treatment. There is no change proposed associated with that. And then the permitted waste types that are accepted at Bethlehem landfill, including municipal solid waste, construction demolition waste, and residual waste, or approved residual waste, which is non-hazardous, those all would continue to be accepted with no change from the current landfill, that's the permitting of the current landfill. So this was a document that we tried to provide as generally educational, I guess, in terms of, what is the Phase 5 expansion and what is the landfill proposing. And as you can see on here, most of those things are consistent with its current permit. However, we are proposing expansion of disposal area. That's really the crux or the main point of the Phase 5 expansion is to extend life of the landfill.
Mr. McDowell, you testified earlier that you read the transcript of Mr. Bodner's testimony from a prior hearing date, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall reading his testimony about all of the DEP regulations that govern the permitting of municipal waste landfills in Pennsylvania? Do you recall reading that?
Yes, I do recall him. He went down to the list, I think, at some point.
Are there DEP regulations that govern the operation of a municipal waste landfill once that landfill is permitted?
Yes. Once it's permitted, there are regulations which must be followed for the operation of the landfill. It's Title 25, Chapter 273, starting 202 maybe to 3 something, that deals with everything associated, soup to nuts association with anything operating with the landfill, how they receive waste, how it's screened, radiation monitoring, scale, how it's handled on site where it's disposed, the daily cover that we talked about. All of those things are regulated by the department as part of those Title 25, 273 regulations.
Okay, I'm gonna hold this up for you. So, this is a book that is entitled Pennsylvania Code, Title 25, Environmental Protection, Chapters 271 through 285, entitled Municipal Waste. Is this where those regulations are contained?
That's correct, yes.
This big book, okay. When you were reading through Mr. Bodner's testimony, do you recall his testimony regarding the engineering components of a municipal waste landfill?
Correct, yeah, he outlined all of the various systems that are associated with landfills, the liner system, the final closure system, the water quality management system, all of those systems, including the stormwater management system, he outlined those are intended to control operations on the landfill, and I believe those would all be part of this Phase 5 expansion, yes.
All of those design components?
Correct, yes.
And Mr. Bodner testified, do you recall whether he testified whether, in his expert opinion, those same systems would be required for Phase 5?
Yes, I do recall that he indicated that they would be, and I agree with that assessment, yes.
Are you familiar with the requirements of the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance that are applicable to landfills?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of the zoning district in which the properties upon which the Phase 5 project is proposed? What is the zoning for those properties?
Those are all zoned light industrial.
And are landfills permitted in the light industrial zoning district?
Yes, under conditional use approval. As a conditional use, they're permitted.
Are you familiar with the requirements in the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance that apply to uses within the light industrial districts that are contained in Article 14?
Yes, I am.
And do you have an opinion as to whether this project complies with all of the applicable requirements in that article?
Objection. That calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled, you can answer that.
Yes, I believe it does comply with those sections of the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance.
Are you familiar with the general requirements section of the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance in terms of overall requirements, lot and yard requirements, et cetera, that
Yes.
would apply to any use within the township?
Yes, I am.
And do you have an opinion as to whether the Phase 5 project as proposed in the conditional use application, whether that project meets the requirements, applicable requirements contained in that Article 16 of the zoning ordinance?
Objection. That's beyond the scope of his expertise. It calls for a legal conclusion, and it's not the subject of an opinion. It's a factual determination of this tribunal.
Article 16 relates to general conditional use standards.
No, it's general requirements, general lot and yard requirements, maximum height, water and sewage, environmental protection standards, neighborhood protection standards, landscaping. I'm not going to ask him to testify to traffic because we're going to have a traffic expert that's coming in to speak to traffic. So there are general requirements, and then there are more specific requirements for industrial uses, and then there are more specific requirements to landfills. And I can cut to the chase here. These are not subjective, the objective criteria of the zoning ordinance and regulations that are particular to landfills. And I can ask Mr. McDowell, I mean, the plans speak for themselves, but he's the engineer here, he prepared the plans.
I'm just going to ask for a little bit more foundation. So you ran through a list of some of the items that are in that particular article. And some of them you're not asking for an opinion on, it sounds like, but others you are. So if you could just, so that
I sure
I'm
can.
going to overrule the objection, but I will ask for a little bit more foundation on what his opinion relates to.
Mr. McDowell, is it your opinion that the Phase 5 project as proposed meets any applicable lot and yard requirements under the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance?
Objection. Again, it's beyond his area of expertise. There's no factual foundation laid for that.
Wait, hang on a second.
He's an engineer.
He's a civil engineer. Who else would give expert testimony on whether or not it meets yard dimensional requirements?
The question would be to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, to a reasonable degree of what kind of certainty, but he's just rendering an opinion without laying any factual foundation for it. You know, I'm not going to tell him what to testify to, but if he says, you know, the minimum yard requirement is 10 acres and we have 10 acres, well, then that's,
The
you know,
foundations and the plans and the application package
This is
itself.
a factual inquiry, it's not an opinion. I can call every person in this room who will give you an opinion that it doesn't meet those.
He was qualified as an expert, right?
As an engineer.
A civil engineer, and a civil engineer, part of their job is to review zoning ordinances and look at dimensional criteria, which is what we're dealing with right now, right? So,
But any opinion requires a factual foundation.
it sure does.
The foundation is the application package and the plans, which demonstrate compliance with all of this.
Well,
Right.
I would quarrel with that conclusion as well, but,
Well, Mr. McDowell, you were the one who prepared the plans, right?
Yes, I did.
And you did so with the mindset of trying to comply with the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance with respect to lot and yard requirements, right?
That was my intent, yes.
Okay. And do you feel, or is it your opinion, to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, that the plan does comply with the lot and yard requirements in the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance?
Yes, it does comply.
Okay, you can proceed.
Would you like me to go through each and every one of those?
If you could list, you can list them all at once, but I want to know, you know,
Which
for the
ones?
record, which ones
Certainly.
he's giving an opinion on, so that it's not as if he's giving an opinion fully on Article 16.
Understood. So I'll start with Article 14 then, and that is for, those are regulations applicable to the light industrial district, allied district. So, I'll ask that, I'll list the sections. Is that how you want to
Yes.
proceed? So, 18079.1 conditional uses. And then 18082 lot requirements, 18083 yard requirements. And then Article 16. Uh, 18091 overall requirements, 18092 general lot and yard requirements. One 18094 water and sewage. 18095 environmental protection standards. Mr. McDowell, I'm going to ask you specifically, did you look at all of the environmental protection standards set forth in section 18095?
Yes, I did review the entire section to understand what the ordinance was asking for.
And in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of certainty, are you testifying here that the project as proposed meets or complies with all of those standards?
Yes.
And is that analysis set forth in the conditional use plan set?
It is provided within the conditional exhibit A to the project narrative, the conditional use plans, the set of 12, I believe it's on sheets 7, 8, and 9, which shows compliance with that environmental protection standard.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you if we could just please turn to BLC 16. Melissa, could you bring that up? I think you said sheets 7, 8, and 9. Mr. McDowell, can you turn to those? And Melissa, would you please bring them up?
You're on 16? Or on
BLC 16, yes. Could you just walk us through sheets 7, 8, and 9 of these and just touch on where you analyzed each of these?
So this is sheet 7, again for reference, this is the existing landfill parcel. These are the areas being added to that parcel, and then this red line that you see traveling through that area is our proposed area of disturbance on these new parcels. We evaluated in accordance with the ordinance following, and it's really written in report form, but we provided it on the plan for reference to follow through each section of the environmental protection standards. We look at everything that is required to be calculated within that environmental protection standard. There is an identification required of all the existing environmental features on the site. Those things include things like waterways, wetlands, steep slopes, woodlands, environmentally sensitive woodlands. And that's what you'll see here listed in this chart, which is an identification of all of the existing natural resources that are located within the parcels that are to be developed on. And then the ordinance prescribes a certain protection rate associated with those environmental resources. And at the end, you go through this maturation of a calculation to come up with a buildable area or an allowable buildable area. And then once you have that buildable area, there are sections of the ordinance that allow for, if you exceed that allowable buildable area, or what's called excess resource utilization within the ordinance, that there's a process by which to account for that excess utilization or expanding beyond the allowable buildable area as presented in the ordinance. And so we've outlined that again here within the notes as to what that excess usage is. And I think we were at, an allowable buildable area of approximately 57 acres. And what we're proposing as a buildable area is 180.5 acres as shown by the red line. So we exceeded the allowable buildable area by 23 acres in round numbers. And so as part of the ordinance, that is then required to be dedicated. It's required of the applicant to find property to be dedicated to the township in that same acreage, or if such properties can't be found to the acceptance of the township, that there would be a fee paid in lieu of that dedication to the township. And so that's really all this first part of the calculations that you see here in these notations. And then there is a requirement within the environmental protection standards that each individual resource be analyzed to meet protection standards. So starting here, where we say wetlands and wetland buffers, beginning here and moving forward through the rest of the notations, we evaluate each individual resource and its protection standard and what the proposed phase 5 impact would be, and if that protection standard is met or not as part of the current proposal identifying the maximum disposal area. And so we work through that, and in each one of these tables, you will see an evaluation of that. And that's really where, so this exhibit here, when you're looking at this exhibit on sheet 7, that deals with all of these front-end calculations with regard to buildable area and impervious area calculations. If we move on to sheet 8, that again, you will see here in red the same area of disturbance, the 180.5 acres on the new properties. And then this exhibit shows specifically that woodlands and environmentally sensitive woodlands. Environmentally sensitive woodlands are woodlands that are atop other protected resources. For example, if there are steep slopes and woodlands on top of those, they would be classified by the ordinance as environmentally sensitive woodlands. And so this document outlines specifically the area of disturbance, the amount of woodlands on the properties to be developed, and what the proposed protection rates are for each one. So it doesn't take into account any of the buildable area calculations as you work through those to calculate an allowable buildable area. And I guess maybe I should step back and explain that a little bit. When you go through that buildable area calculation that I talked about with regard to the 57 acres, we look at that, and obviously there are resources that overlap one another. So you may have a steep slope, you may have an acre of area that has multiple resources on it. It may have steep slopes, it may have woodlands, it may also have wetlands. And so in those instances, what's required to be identified is the most restrictive resource. Most restrictive being the most protected. So in the ordinance, it outlines things like wetlands require 100% protection, whereas woodlands, I believe, are at 80%, and then slopes that are, I think around 15%, I'm not remembering the specific number, are at like 60% protection rate. So when we go through that buildable area, there are overlaps. So in this, I'm sorry if we can go back to sheet 7.
Sure.
In this chart here, when we list steep slopes or wetlands, it's not necessarily indicative of what the total resource is on the property because of those overlaps. And so that's why we go to sheet 8 and we look at the total area of the woodlands and total area of the environmentally sensitive woodlands. And then continuing that process on sheet 9, these are identified areas of steep slopes. So again, this is not This is taking out of account any type of overlap. This is looking at each resource individually and identifying its impact and proposed protection rates.
So you did a full analysis of the environmental protection standards that are contained in Article 16 of the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance?
Yes,
And that analysis is depicted on sheets 7, 8, and 9 of the conditional use plan set that is at BLC 16, is that correct?
that's correct. Yeah.
And that analysis was reviewed by the township engineer, is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And is it your professional opinion within a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the project as proposed complies with the standards? When you include the natural resource mitigation alternative that's being initiated or that the applicant is asking for permission to proceed under?
Yes.
And that the differential in terms of the allowable buildable area and the proposed buildable area is 123 acres?
That's correct, yes.
And that as the ordinance provides that in the instance of that overage, in circumstances where you have an industrial use proposed on industrial zoned property, that if the applicant can either dedicate acreage in that amount, or if they cannot find property that's acceptable to the township to dedicate, that a fee in lieu of that acreage is provided under the zoning ordinance, is that correct?
That is correct. That's what the ordinance states.
And so in light of that natural resource mitigation alternative, again, your opinion your expert opinion within a reasonable degree of engineering certainty is that with that natural resource mitigation alternative, there's full compliance with the environmental protection standards of the
Objection,
zoning
it's a
ordinance?
leading question.
Okay, can you rephrase it?
Is it your opinion that the project as proposed meets the environmental protection standards of the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance?
Objection, again, it's a leading question.
Overruled, you can answer that.
Yes, I believe it does comply with the environmental protection standards of the ordinance.
And is that opinion based on, in part, the application of the natural resource mitigation alternative?
Yes, it is. It hinges upon that, yes.
Okay, I think we were going through Article 16. Are you familiar with the neighborhood protection standards of the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance in section 18096?
Yes, I am.
And did you do an analysis of those neighborhood protection standards in preparing the Phase 5 conditional use plan and application?
Yes, we did do an analysis of that section of the ordinance, and we presented that within Exhibit A to the project narrative on page 12.
Okay, so if we could go to BLC 16, page 12 of the plan set. All right. Sorry, there's a bug. Looking at sheet 12 of the conditional use plan set that's included in BL 16, is that where your analysis of the neighborhood protection standards is?
Yes, that's where we presented it, where we reviewed the ordinance and then identified a response for compliance, with regard to each section of that neighborhood protection plan within the ordinance.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
So again, in the ordinance, it identifies a neighborhood protection analysis. It then lists various sections dealing with radioactivity, heat, glare, noise, smoke, dust, vibration, storage of hazardous and toxic substances, storage of chemicals, storage of waste, and then other as a catch-all. And so we went through each section of that ordinance and identified any types of protection that needs to be evaluated as it pertains to the landfill either existing or proposed under this Phase 5 expansion. So as an example, with regard to noise, we go through an analysis of identifying the closest or nearest receptors to the proposed maximum disposal area. And there was a study that we've utilized, really I think starting in Phase 4, with regard to a conclusion that the ordinance sets standards associated with noise, and the equipment that's operating on the working phase, we know generates a noise sound level that is higher than those standards. And so in order to mitigate that, we provide space and distance between those disposal areas and where the receptors would be, which the ordinance talks about property lines as those limits. And so there was a study done back in 2001. We've outlined, again, those distances and then showed compliance in each one of those instances where the ordinance talks about a particular sound noise pressure. And so that's what we did for each section of this neighborhood protection analysis. And this is generally...
Did you update that noise analysis?
Oh, yeah. So that was one of, we talked about the review letter from Hanover Engineering from our initial submission. One of their comments was just to make a statement as to the study being done back in 2001. It's now 20 years later. And so what we did was go back out to Bethlehem Landfill and recreate the parameters that were done in 2001 to identify consistency from what the conclusions of the modeling that was done in 2001, is that still true today? And what we found that, yes, it is true that the study that was done in 2001 is still applicable.
So, again, just to make it clear, your analysis of the neighborhood protection standards is outlined on sheet 12 of 12 of the conditional use plan set that is contained in VLC 16, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And is it your professional opinion within a reasonable degree of certainty that the project as proposed in fact does comply with all of the neighborhood protection standards set forth in the Lower Stockton Township zoning ordinance?
Please note my continuing objection to this form of question and his opinion without any factual foundation on any of the specific sections to which this question proposes to include.
That's noted.
He can say, yeah, we can go home now. This is in complete compliance, he's telling us. Why do we have to go any further?
The foundation is in the plans.
Than that.
No,
And it's a factual.
I appreciate the objection. I understand it. But there's been a lot of testimony already today with respect to what he has done associated with this site. And you're gonna have to try to clear it up in cross-examination.
I don't have to clear up his confusion. I think there has to be an intersection between the facts and his opinion, and his opinion has to be predicated on certain facts a hypothetical question to an expert witness intended to derive an opinion requires a factual predicate. And I believe all of his opinions so far have lacked factual predicate other than, well, that's what the plan says. But the plan is multi-page, the print is small, you can't see it even if your eyeballs are next to it. And he is not pointing out any facts that support his opinion. So just please note my objection for the record, because it's going to be an ongoing issue that I intend to raise throughout these proceedings. This is, trust me, we're going to do it, and we're going to do it right. We're not telling you what it's going to be like, but it's going to be okay, because eventually someone's going to approve it. So
right.
trust me. That's what this case is about. That's all I've
We're
heard.
getting into argument now, and you certainly can make argument on the topic in his opinion. But your objection is noted, and I appreciate it, and I do believe that there does need to be a factual basis for any expert opinion. I agree with that. That being said, he has given extensive testimony about what he has done with respect to this project and the site, and I believe his opinion is based on what he has performed. The reviews he has performed and other testimony he has given. So I will allow it. But, please be mindful, to lay the appropriate foundation before asking for the opinion, okay?
Sir, did he answer the question?
He started with section.
Yes, I believe that it does comply with the neighborhood protection analysis, and that was the intent of the document.
Are you familiar with section 18097 of the Lower Saukeen Township Ordinance that sets forth general landscaping requirements for uses within the township?
Yes, I am.
Are you also familiar with section 180-109F of the Lower Saukeen Township zoning ordinance that applies to, among other things, waste disposal facilities, and in subsection 3, the landscaping and screening standards that are applicable to solid waste disposal facilities?
Yes, I am familiar with those.
And you prepared the landscaping that's depicted on the conditional use plan, correct?
I did,
And
yes.
identified the existing vegetation that's being preserved as part of the Phase 5 project, is that correct?
Right, it's either being preserved or and part of the conservation easement preserved as well.
Okay. And is it your opinion that the project as proposed in the conditional use plans with respect to landscaping and screening complies with the Lower Saukeen Township zoning ordinance?
Yes.
I would note that there is a requirement in the zoning ordinance that speaks to an earthen berm being placed no closer than 50 feet to all adjacent uses on the perimeter of the landfills. And pursuant to 180-109F3-4, Township Council may determine that existing features are an acceptable substitute for that particular berm requirement. That is a requirement that Council has waived in the past pursuant to this section, determining that the existing features and proposed landscaping are an acceptable substitute for that. And we've asked as part of this application that Council also made that determination as part of this conditional use application. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record. And with that caveat, Mr. McDowell, does the project just...
Is that a waiver or a variance? Or...
So here's what the section says. It's 180-109F3-2. And it says the Township Council may determine that the existing features may be an acceptable substitute for these required berms, screening, and buffers. However, supplemental plantings may be required as a condition of site plan approval. In the past, this has been granted with Phase 4, with the southeastern realignment and with the northern realignment, and it has always been a decision, a separate decision made by council in the context of the zoning approval. It's specifically required or permitted in the ordinance.
Well, to answer your
So is
question,
that in the context of conditional use, or is that in the context of a zoning ordinance that provides a waiver?
It's not a
municipality
waiver.
within a zoning ordinance.
right, it's a discretionary call on behalf of the council. That's how it's listed. So it could
That's an
be,
anomaly under the municipality's planning code, granting a municipality the right to waive a provision of a zoning ordinance. That's
Well, that is the zoning ordinance provision. It states that they have that prerogative. Well, you can certainly raise the issue.
But is that within the
without-
context of this? Is that gonna be something that you have to make a finding on? Or is it something separate? Because because it's such an anomaly within the MPC.
Right. I don't think I can decide that because of the way it's written in the ordinance. It says the township council may determine that the existing features may be acceptable substitute for those required berm, screening, and buffers. So I'm an appointed hearing officer. It doesn't give me discretion if you're reading the black and white letter of it, and therefore it's going to be my opinion that township council has to decide that. Whether that gets decided at the conditional use phase or at a land development phase, I don't know.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed.
Are there any signs or billboards proposed as part of this project?
No.
Birds. Billboards for birds. For vultures.
Maybe here.
Mr. McDowell, are you familiar with that section of the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance, 180-109, that governs industrial uses?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the substantive requirements with respect to water and sewage that they're required?
That we have to show that we can provide that, yes.
Yes, and have you done that on the plans as part of this application?
Yes, we have.
Okay. So is it your opinion, within a reasonable degree of certainty, that the project as proposed in the conditional use application complies with those requirements?
Yes, that is my opinion.
Are you familiar with the buffer yard requirements of section 189-109, which states a buffer yard is required around the perimeter except where it butts another industrial use?
Yes, I am.
And is it your opinion that the project as proposed in this application package and in the plan set, that the project complies with those requirements?
Yes, I am. Yes, it does comply.
Are you familiar with the lot requirements for industrial uses in 180-109D, specifically minimum area with building coverage, impervious cover?
Yes, those are outlined on the plans, plan sheet 10, showing compliance.
And is it your opinion, within a reasonable degree of certainty, that the project complies with all of those objective criteria
Yes, it is.
that are applicable?
Yes.
What about yard requirements that are applicable to industrial uses?
Yes, we identify those on the plan where they're applicable, and I believe that we comply with all of those requirements.
Is there fencing proposed around the Phase 5 project?
Yes, the plans depict the proposed fencing around the Phase 5 area, and also the identification of signs is required by the ordinance on that fencing. And so that is how we document compliance with that section of the ordinance regarding fencing.
Mr. McDowell, I'm going to ask you now to go back to ELC 68, which is the second review letter that was issued by Hanover Engineering.
Okay?
And I'm going to just ask you again, in your experience in Lower Saucon Township, and also in your experience as a municipal engineer for other townships, that what is the purpose of the engineering review letter and responses thereto?
The purpose of the review letter from the township engineer in reviewing the documents is to establish compliance or non-compliance with applicable ordinances within the township. And so one would review the ordinance, review the application, and then outline any deficiencies or concerns. One would also use that letter to provide information to the person receiving it, which would be the client or township. So if there was something specific to convey to council, they would include that in this letter as well as far as review. So you'll see in this letter that we're referring to, there's paragraphs that start that are informative for the reader, and then also some of the actual comments as they relate to each section of the zoning ordinance. The author may also, or the engineer may also provide further information to townships as part of their decision-making process.
Okay, so could you just walk us through VLC 68?
Okay, so, yep, dated, a Hanover letter dated March 3rd, which was in response to our submission of supplemental information on February 23rd. They go through explaining what the project is, essentially, in the first paragraph. And then they also identify what it is that they reviewed the application against. And then,
And here specifically, what do they say they reviewed the application against?
this review is limited to the conditional use requirements contained in the Lower Sullivan Township zoning ordinance, including ordinance number 2022-02. And so that was the basis of the review letter, as I understand it. And then they take what was previously commented in the January 24th letter and go through that outline of their comments to see if something was addressed or if it was not addressed, and then they would provide additional comment. And that's what's outlined on page 2, where they cite the ordinance section and then they provide information.
Okay, so can we walk through each of these individual comments? And if you want, I'm just noting the time, it's 12:13. I think maybe this will take 20 minutes, but if people want to break for lunch first, that's fine.
Well, you have additional questions?
We'll walk through this and then I have like one wrap-up question.
All right, let's try to get through it and then we'll take a lunch break.
Okay, so Mr. McDowell, you could start then with subsection A, which are the zoning ordinance comments in the Hanover review letter.
The zoning ordinance comments, and comment number 1 is where they reviewed section 180.12.1 C and D. Those are standards by which the conditional use application must meet, and what we provided in our response letter that we were going to provide testimony to show compliance with those sections.
So that's just one of those sort of informational note type comments that you described?
Yes, that is information to township. It goes from, you'll see, 1 to 4. So
And is that because comments number 2 and 3 in the original Hanover letter are no longer comments?
Yeah, were eliminated and no longer comments from their view. So number 4 just identifies that the specific section of the ordinance requires landfill and waste disposal facilities to be permitted as a conditional use. Again, informational. Comment number 5, dealing with the 75-foot special building restriction line. Those lines were all added where applicable. There's a notation on here that they provide that those building setback lines were not shown within the areas of the conservation easement that we discussed. And we didn't show those there because the conservation easement is more restrictive than the 75-foot setback. So they're just noting how we presented that on the plans. Number 8, in our response, we indicated that there's no additional water demand as part of the Phase 5 application, but we would anticipated increase in leachate flow. And so as part of that, we would be negotiating with Bethlehem POTW to get approvals for those if they're outside the current agreement with the POTW.
So that would be an outside agency permit that would be required as part of this project, just like a DEP permit or any other kind of permit?
I'm not so sure about an individual permit, but an agreement.
Sure, an arrangement.
An arrangement between Bethlehem Landfill and the receiving POTW. Then number 9, they're essentially noting what is noted on the plan with regard to some existing wetlands and waterways that are located within the Phase 5 disposal area, and they're providing information to township as to where to find information regarding that. Number 10 following, that is on our plans, we identified from the lower Salton Township mapping where the estimated carbon geology line is on the zoning map. We've shown that on the plan as required by the ordinance, and we've noted that a specific site study will be determined or performed to evaluate where that location is.
And that site-specific study is something that's specifically permitted under the zoning ordinance, is that correct?
Correct. Number 12 is the regarding the noise study supplement. They've just noted that a supplement was provided on sheet 12 with regard to noise analysis as part of the neighborhood protection analysis. Number 13 deals with a traffic impact study as being required, and our response to that was that that would be presented as part of the conditional use hearing and to show compliance with regard to that. Number 14 is the requirement that the Phase 5 expansion plans would be submitted to PennDOT. As we said, there's no change being proposed to the geometry or pavement at the existing Applebutter Road access, but we wanted to give confirmation that there wasn't anything associated with the Phase 5 expansion that would be outside the bounds of the currently permitted highway occupancy permit for Bethlehem Landfill's access to Applebutter Road. So we've reached out to PennDOT in our contacts with them to provide that evaluation. We just haven't heard back from them on that as far as the validity of the HOP as it specifically relates to the Phase 5 expansion. Number 16, E and F. In those comments originally, we had made revision to the project narrative where we added additional information with regard to the ultimate use of the site on completion of disposal activities, and then what the ground cover would be under that closure. And that's all outlined within the DEP closure plan. We've noted that in the project narrative, and the township engineer is just providing that information as part of that comment. Comment number 19 deals with the what we just discussed regarding the earthen berm, where we're asking for the existing vegetation to serve as a replacement to the perimeter berm. Again, informational purposes to the township that the applicant is seeking that determination. Number 20 deals with there's a required setback for landfill activity from a property line of 100 feet. We identify that in every area that's applicable. In the areas where proposed conservation easements are proposed, we don't specifically show that 100-foot line because the conservation easement as proposed is more restrictive in terms of setback from the property. Number 21, no landfill or disposal within the Bank Lake stream. There are two waterways that are identified within the Phase 5 disposal area. Those waterways were identified as part of the northern realignment process, and we've our application, and we've shown them here again as a placeholder. But those, we need to go through an evaluation as noted on the plans with DEP and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to determine if those facilities are jurisdictional or not, or requiring permit. But in any event, if they are determined to be jurisdictional, we would be required to obtain a outside permit, what's called a joint permit, Chapter 105 permit through the department and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for those removal of those facilities in order to allow for the proposed disposal area. So in our response, we provided that information, and what I believe Hanover is doing here is just giving some color to that response. Number 22 is dealing with the natural resource mitigation alternative that we discussed. 22A is just informative. 22B outlines the numbers that we discussed here earlier about the net buildable area, what our excess utilization rates or area is, and what our total area of disturbance. Again, informational to the township. 22C is also informational to the township. And then B is general comments. They provided a general comment with regard to a woodlands protection easement that runs along the north side of the existing landfill lot. And then there's also scenic and conservation easements which prohibit landfill activities on those properties to the north and the east. And as we notate in the application that we would be requesting that the Lower Saucon Township release or terminate those restrictions on the property. And then under general comments number 2, they just provide a listing of things or items or design elements that would, in their view, be required as part of any land development plan review process. And we've acknowledged and agreed that all of the things that are listed there would be part of a land development plan application for a Phase 5 expansion as envisioned with the conditional use plan.
So, Mr. McDowell, based on this engineering review letter, what's your understanding in terms of outstanding comments or questions that Hanover Engineer has with respect to its review of this project under the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance?
Objection. How can he know what Hanover is thinking?
I asked what his understanding was.
Well, then that's objectionable too.
Okay, I'll sustain that. You can rephrase it and ask him, from his perspective.
Well, and that's objectionable too, because the letter speaks for itself. Let's call Hanover Engineering to testify as to what their opinion
The
is.
question, or what she's trying to get at is, from your perspective, what revisions or modifications or changes do you have to make in order to comply with the zoning ordinance? That's what she's trying to get at, and I will allow that.
And that's the question.
I don't believe there are any further changes that are necessary to the plan or application to show compliance with the applicable sections of the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Right. And then we're gonna take a break at this time, so it's 12:25. Why don't we try to come back at 1? Okay? All right? All right, very good. We'll see everyone back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
I just want to say,
I just kind of find it there.
As a party.
Right. What happened? Well, I haven't done it.
Oh, yeah, too short, way too short.
Sorry. We're going over our calendar again to make sure that we know what we're doing. Okay.
Are we scheduled for the 17th, the 19th?
April, not the 17th, and not the 18th, 19th and 20th, yeah.
All right. And I'm happy to talk about scheduling issues at the end of the day. Makes sense. We can go back on the record at this point with respect to the conditional use hearing. And I believe, Ms. Rubber, you were done with direct examination, correct?
Correct.
All right. Mr. Aztec, do you have cross-examination?
I do, but Mr. Buller will begin
Oh, okay.
this afternoon.
Very good.
Speak into it, just test it out.
Is that better?
No, I can't hear.
I'm usually pretty loud. Is you sure it's on? Is that better? I'm on top of it. Oops.
Yeah, I don't think it's on.
I think it's the other one. It's the,
It's working.
Sounds on.
Sounds on.
Just gotta talk into it.
All right, I'll try to keep my voice up.
Well, further, we can move this mic over. Hang on, that's on.
I think we did this before.
You could sit, if you wanted to sit at that table, you could.
Thank you. Do I need to hold this to speak?
No.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. McDowell. My name is Joe Ruba. I'm the attorney for St. Luke's Anderson campus, across Route 78 from the landfill. Can you publish BLC 74?
Sure. No, I just, my paralegal is very accommodating.
I just don't want to remark. Okay.
I think that's 70,
That's correct, yes.
70A? No. 74, I'm sorry. I was looking for 70. Okay, I'm there.
Mr. McDowell, I think your testimony was that the dark green areas on 74 are not only woodlands, as they are marked on 74, but also environmentally sensitive woodlands. Is that a correct statement?
I don't think all of the areas as identified in green would qualify as environmentally sensitive woodlands. Those are more particularly described on the conditional use application, sheet 8. Generally speaking, though, most of this area does qualify as environmentally sensitive woodlands.
So if you look at 2027 on this chart, which is 5 years from today, from today's date, 4 years from today's date, would you agree, there's a rather large dark green area of woodlands,
Yes,
and some of which at least are environmentally sensitive woodlands, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And BLC 74 was used to demonstrate the gradual nature of the build out of the landfill. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think the intent of the document is to show that it is developed over time in terms of not going in and clear cutting at 117 acres, correct?
So if you can still sort of picture 2027 and turn the page to 2062. Or even 2057, is it fair to say that what BLC 74 actually demonstrates is that the entire woodlands will be eliminated or destroyed over the course of this?
Yes.
Can you publish BLC 76? And again, if at any time you think I'm putting words in your mouth, I'm just trying to make this as short as possible, please stop me. But am I correct that BLC 76 was placed into evidence to demonstrate what I would call the new or proposed conservation easements?
I'm just going to note my objection to the characterization of new. Certainly proposed conservation easements is appropriate.
Proposed conservation easements, is that?
Yes, this,
Okay.
yes.
And on the right side of that page in red, if you look at the grid, it says existing conservation easement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Am I correct, however, that if you actually did identify existing conservation easements on this plan, the large area to the left of that green strip would be shown as an existing conservation easement?
Are you referring to the two larger parcels, the Helms, what
Yes.
we refer to as the Helms and the Reddington properties?
Yes, you can use it.
Point. So this area here and here. It would not, because what is there is a restrictive covenant prohibiting specifically landfills. So in terms of the conservation easement that is proposed as part of this plan, it is not just specific to landfills, it is specific to disturbance. So the current restrictive covenant that is on those properties, development could occur, could be another type of industrial or commercial development or residential development. Whereas my understanding of the easements that are described here as existing are restrictive of all development.
All right, so just, and I agree with that with you. The existing easement or restriction would prohibit landfills on those areas that you just showed, is that correct?
Correct.
And as part of this application, is the applicant seeking to effectively dedicate other conservation areas, dedicate proposed conservation areas, and have then the right to build on the areas that were subject to the restriction?
I'm going to object to that. Just for points of clarification, I think that the application makes clear that the applicant is going to be requesting from the township that they lift the restrictive covenants on the Helms and Reddington parcels, and as part of that proposal would be offering to dedicate the properties that are in green crosshatch. Whether that is it's sort of like the decision about the perimeter berm. That is, the lifting of those easements would be a separate action by council and would not be done as part of this conditional use application. So I just wanted to make that clear.
All right, well, the question's a valid question, right? And if your witness knows the answer, he can answer.
Well, he knows it now because she told him what to say.
Yeah.
That's my problem. It's a teaching, it's a speaking objection.
Yeah. And this may not be the appropriate witness for that question anyway. I don't know how much he knows about that, but you can certainly ask the question.
Well, I'm commenting on exhibits that were shown during this correct. Right? So maybe there will be someone better, but I haven't heard anyone yet.
All right,
So
can you answer the question?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
am I correct that as part of this conditional use application, the plan is to build on areas that are the current subject of a restriction and at the same time dedicate proposed conservation areas as shown on DLC 76?
Yes, I think that is the general intent of the process.
Do you remember giving the opinion that the conditional use application, quote, complies with the township zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Can you publish DLC 72? Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Um, You are aware that the zoning ordinance rezoned land from RA to LI, correct?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And using your pointer, can you show me where the LI district will end at the north, on the northern side?
It will end here on the proposed expansion side of Full Run.
Right, keep going down, further down to the west.
Down here,
Yes, where would the zoning line be?
so the zoning line is here. It's represented on this plan by line here. You can see the two different zoning boundaries. Then following here, down this to encompass that western area. And then, oh, I'm sorry. And then there, we said about a piece of LM, that's in this location.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about that. I want you to go back up to the north side. You went from sort of where the detention pond was, but you didn't show that, yeah.
Yes, it's along Riverside Drive.
Okay, it's along Riverside Drive. So, am I correct that the area proposed for dedication along Riverside Drive, where you just were, is in the LI district, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's the area, as you said, that is proposed for this, I'll call it a swap if you don't want to call it that, that's okay.
We can call it as well, sure.
You have read the zoning ordinance, correct?
Yes.
So, I'm reading from section G, the natural resource mitigation alternative. I don't, if you have it, you can pull it out, I'm just gonna read you one sentence.
Hang on, can we get a full, so I can pull up the zoning ordinance also?
The proposed.
Do you have the whole section number?
In the proposed ordinance, it is section 6, amendment to chapter 180, zoning, section 180, 109. I'm reading from that section, which is what I'll call the swap section. And it says, subparagraph.
I'm sorry, you're calling the natural resource mitigation alternative section of the zoning ordinance the swap section?
Yes.
Okay, can we just use the word swap, and Mr. McDowell talked about the word swap in a different context,
No, he didn't.
My context was in terms of the restrictive covenant to proposed conservation easements. Is what I was terming as swap, not excess resource utilization swap.
Just let me make this simple. The applicant is proposing that area that we just talked about as land for dedication.
Yes.
I'm reading subsection 4. The land proposed for dedication shall be located within the municipal boundaries of Lower Saucon Township and shall not be within an industrial, commercially zoned area. Is that area within an industrial zoned area?
It is within an industrial zoned area, but that is not the area that we would propose to offer for the natural resource mitigation alternative.
What area is that? Everything outside of that?
That area has not been identified as yet. So we are deciding on, we're presenting what that area is. What is the total acreage that is necessary? 123 acres. What piece of parcel or where that is located will have to meet all of these requirements of the excess resource natural resource mitigation alternative. So those proposed easements that we show on this plan are not intended to address this natural resource mitigation alternative. There will be additional lands that will either be offered to the township and accepted or not accepted, or fee in lieu of those lands provided in accordance with this ordinance.
How many parties that are interested in this conditional use hearing know, given the removal of the restrictions that you're asking for on the other properties, what you're proposing instead?
I think as it relates to the removal of the restrictive covenants, what we are proposing is the proposed conservation easements as identified on this plan. As it relates to the natural resource mitigation, the areas that would be offered to the township would be property that is consistent with the ordinance with regard to it not being in light industrial zone, having certain standards. Those areas would be sought by the applicant to offer as future dedicated lands. And then that would be presented to the township. They would accept it or not accept it. And if no party can come to a resolution, my understanding of reading the ordinance is that a fee in lieu of will be calculated and provided to the township.
And you believe that's a unilateral right that you have? If you propose land that makes no sense to the township, you believe that the applicant can just say, hey, I know you were all hoping for open space and conservation, but we'll just give you a check instead? Is that unilateral?
I don't believe it's unilateral. I think we will be, identifying properties as outlined within this ordinance. Within Lower Saucon Township, not zoned industrial, and you would look to acquire those properties, to offer those as areas of conservation easement that could be dedicated to the township.
And I'm not trying to bog you down in the process, because frankly, I'm a bit confused. But doesn't it seem like this would be a tremendous waste of time to go through this conditional use hearing, which obviously
I'm going to object to this question.
Why? You didn't hear it yet.
No, I haven't heard a question.
The waste of time part of it, I think, speaks volumes, but go ahead.
It's cross
Don't speak volumes, that's why I thought it was a great question. So if we go through a whole conditional use hearing, which anticipates you building on land that is subject to a restriction, and somewhere down the road, the township says, we don't like your plan for your dedicated conservation area. Wouldn't that be a waste of time?
I'm going to reiterate my objection.
I don't see it as a waste of time. I see it as a process to identify where this ordinance identifies a natural resource mitigation alternative. It is identifying and describing particular lands that council desires to be conserved, and that it is incumbent upon the applicant then to offer those lands to the township for their review and acceptance. And it's a decision by council as to whether they accept that or not. I think, I don't see that as a waste of time, but you know, there's two parts of what we're presenting. One is the restrictive covenant and a swap for proposed conservation easements that are more restrictive than what the current restrictive covenant is. The current restrictive covenant is for landfills only. The proposed conservation easements expand upon that with regard to development. And then the separate and second, completely apart from that, in my view, is the natural resource mitigation alternative, which deals specifically with development, right, or disturbing those natural resources.
But the impact of all of this is you remove restrictions on what we will call otherwise prime land, and you place conservation easements around the perimeter, very much like buffer zones in a development.
Yes, I think that is what is presented in that, yes, we're developing in that area and then providing a screening and buffering by maintaining the existing natural vegetation around the proposed Phase 5 disturbance.
I can't see the topo lines, I'm not sure they're on that, but what's the slope of that area where I was interested in from Riverside Drive up to that area that you call the landscape area as opposed to.
So this area in here?
Yeah.
This area in here ranges from 2 to 1 to 3 to 1 in this area. Where we would be constructing fill slopes to develop the expansion, those slopes would be 2 to 1. So 1 foot of vertical, 2 foot of run. And then on the landfill itself, there are regulations which govern what those slopes can be. There's benching, and the average slope, I think Mr. Wagner testified, was 28% at that point.
Is it fair to say that Bethel landfill had no plans to ever expand the landfill into the area that you're now showing as the conservation area along the river?
I'm going to object to that. I don't think that Mr. McDowell can speak on behalf of the company with respect to their plans.
I would imagine he does not have personal knowledge of that, as he is, right?
Did you have a hand in preparing this document?
Yes.
In my experience, the client also often talks to the engineer about the design and things that the client would like on the plan. Did that occur in this instance?
I'm not sure when you say the design and what they would like on the plan.
I'll ask simply, on your own, without talking to anyone at Bethlehem Landfill, did you identify this conservation area?
The conservation area is, as shown on this plan.
Yeah.
No, I did not put that together, no, I did not identify that. We prepared plans based upon that. And those lines, some of those lines are defined by the proposed Phase 5 expansion. So, you know, the line along Riverside Drive is defined by the grading tie-in that we conceptually envisioned. So that's why it's not a straight 250 feet from Riverside Drive is X. That's why it's varied in that area. We've identified, you know, on Bull Run, the protective easement that is necessary by ordinance and the zoning line, that's the limit of the conservation easement. So I think it was a, you know, a collaborative effort. We certainly had back and forth in terms of, you know, where is this line drawn?
Did you testify that there will be no expansion beyond Phase 5 in the future?
I don't believe I testified to that.
Okay. Do you know whether or not there is expansion beyond Phase 5?
I do not know.
In this drawing, you made a distinction between, I think, what Ms. Garber was calling the bright green bubbled areas, which are landscape, and the small crosshatch, which are conservation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Why would you not have included the landscape area in the conservation easements?
Because that's already woodlands and plants that we're going to maintain in those areas. Now, I think as part of the plan, and as we've shown, we provided with the typical landscaping and notes, there are supplemental plans that we have in the past provided to provide additional plantings within existing woodlands, or in this instance where we would be removing woodlands to a limit. We've had long discussions about, particularly with the township, that once you remove those woodlands, the tree now standing at the edge was an internal tree in the past. And so now that's on the edge of these conservation areas. So we've proposed in the past and would likely propose here that additional plantings will be placed along those edges to supplement and protect those new woodland edges.
So is the only reason you did not include the landscape areas in the conservation easement because there might be some plantings that you need to make in the landscape area?
We didn't include any plantings specifically in the conservation areas. My understanding of the conservation areas is no disturbance in those. They exist as they are. What I'm talking about as far as supplemental plantings, or what we've called in the past edge plantings, would be along the edge and just within that conservation area. But we did not, we would not be proposing additional plantings within the conservation area, just conserving what's there.
So purely from a zoning perspective, the areas shown as landscape areas that are zoned LI, theoretically a landfill could be placed in those areas, correct?
Yes.
Now, I think you said that you're the solicitor, the municipal engineer for about a dozen townships?
Yes.
How long have you been doing that?
Well, probably since about 2001, 2 timeframe.
Has the issue of conservation easements, or let's use your word, land use restriction areas it's something you've dealt with in the past as an engineer?
I'm not remembering a specific instance where we dealt with that as a municipal engineer.
Let me try to give you a hypothetical, which I'm allowed to do, and if you can't answer it, you can't answer it. Let's just assume developer number one comes in and says, I want to place a warehouse on this property, and a warehouse is permitted by conditional use, right? Let's use that as example one. Now developer comes in and says, I want to place a warehouse on this property. It's zoned to allow warehouses by conditional use, but it's covered by some type of conservation easement, deed restriction, limitation, which says no warehouses on this property. From a township engineer perspective, when you write your review letter, would there be more scrutiny applied in the second instance?
I'm going to object to that question.
Give them the answer too, so I know what's coming next. Okay. Yeah. No, I would never apply more scrutiny.
Don't argue. What's the objection?
First of all, I think it calls for speculation. Second of all, I don't even remember the word that you used at the end there, whether it would warrant more scrutiny from an engineering perspective. I guess if the question is from an engineering perspective.
I don't think it would require more scrutiny. I mean, in our role as municipal engineer, we're specifically looking at the ordinance and does the application meet the requirements of the ordinance. I think there would be additional things we would look at because of potential additional restrictions on the property. But if they were not in the ordinance, generally speaking, the role is to show, review for compliance with the ordinance.
So I'll ask it differently. By the way, it is speculative because you called him as an expert, which means I can ask him hypotheticals, which are maybe more speculative. So, let's just get down to brass tacks. Would your review letter for one of those 12 municipalities point out the fact that they were attempting to put an industrial use on an area that did not permit industrial uses because of some type of restriction? I'm not asking you to make the final decision. Would your review letter point that out?
And that restriction was held by the township, or was that a private deed restriction?
You can answer it either way.
If it was by the township, if it was a conservation easement by the township, we certainly would include that as part of the letter. If it was a private deed, a private matter that was filed, we may, sometimes are not even aware of all of the deed restrictions associated with properties being developed.
Before you move on, we can follow that up. Let's say you were made aware that it was a private easement, a private restricted covenant. In that instance, would you list that in your review letter?
Yes, we would provide it as informative to the township.
Thank you. Mr. Staff, I think you said you prepared the project narrative for the conditional use application.
Yes.
And I think you also said that you attempted to show how each of the ordinance sections were addressed in that project narrative. Fair?
Yeah, with the project narrative and exhibits, yes.
And at the top of the third page of the project narrative,
Which exhibit is that, so I can look at it?
it's in the township.
Is it, that's it in the conditional use application?
Yes.
Is it the BLC 16, which was the supplemental package?
Oh, I think he's looking at hearing officer 1, which is the conditional use
The
application.
original application?
Yes.
Attachment 3.
And then within that, attachment 3.
Yes, it's the project narrative, attachment 3, top of page 3 of that document.
Okay, I had it, thank you.
you state in that application, do you have it?
I'm sorry, no, I'm getting there. Okay.
You state the project is in the best interest of the municipality, the convenience of the community, and the public welfare, and will be a substantial improvement to the property in the immediate vicinity. What was your factual basis to indicate that this project will be a substantial improvement to the property in the immediate vicinity?
I think it was a statement to show compliance, and that would be reinforced through testimony through the conditional use here.
Well, I'll ask you, have you stated anything on the record today to support the position that this expansion will be a substantial improvement to the property in the immediate vicinity, or have you not addressed it?
I don't believe I've addressed that specifically, no.
The general conditional use requirements, section 180-12.1.c for a conditional use, subsection 3 says that the project will be designed and maintained so as to be in harmony with and appropriate in appearance to the existing or intended character of the general vicinity. Are you opining on that particular element today?
I don't believe I'm opining on that, no.
This was ELC 75, it's marked 75A. Variance is 75.
No, sorry, it is 75A,
Okay.
as originally posted as 75.
This is document.
Yep, I have it.
The maximum height, current 725 feet above sea level, and then no change. Is it fair to say that the high point of this project is actually within the existing built-out landfill area?
It is, but it would be extended, and I think the plan that is
ELC 72
on
shows
the
high
sheet,
point. Yes.
that we would, vertically be no higher than that, but right now, the high point is in here. Over in here, we're generally at that elevation, but that ridge line would extend as part of the Phase 5 expansion.
You do know, however, that many of the objectors are concerned because the north-facing slope will now be developed, where right now, the opposite side of the ridge line is what is fully operational. You do understand that?
I do.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you think that it makes more sense for me to do some follow-up after each piece of cross-examination, or do you want me to wait till the end?
I prefer you wait, but, if you really have a strong position on that.
No, I just didn't want it to get lost in the shuffle.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Aztec, are you ready to proceed with cross?
Yes, thank you. So let's talk about a couple of terms here. Is there a definition of resource protection area anywhere to be found?
Anywhere to be found
Within the ordinance
in
or?
the ordinance you're talking. I don't believe it's defined as part of the ordinance, but
Is there a resource protection area agreement that you have been provided by the township that you can say, yes, this will be, we agree as a developer to the terms of resource protection?
I'm not aware of any such agreement.
So you are designating property here as part of our new ordinance as a resource protection area, but you really don't know what the terms of resource protection are at this point, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by resource protection area.
Well, it's a term from the ordinance. You tell me. You say you're gonna give us one, or give the township one. What is it?
I'm sorry, I must be missing that. Which section are you
Resource protection land, section G1 of section 6 of the new ordinance.
Is there a question?
Yeah, what is it? What do you believe it is?
The resource protection.
What do you believe the terms of a resource protection area or resource protection land are? What does that mean to you as the developer's engineer? If you know, or if you...
It's not a term that I've used in discussing this aspect of the ordinance.
So let's move on to the term of conservation easement. You had indicated that you represent, as engineer, 12 municipalities, but you're not familiar with a conservation easement. Have you been presented with a form that the township intends to use as the conservation easement that you would be proposing to provide lands for?
I have not. No.
So you don't know what the terms and conditions of a conservation easement are as it pertains to this ordinance or this particular project, is that correct?
That's correct.
You're also testifying, I believe I heard you say, that you have not yet designated lands that you would use as substitute lands, replacement lands for a conservation easement, is that correct?
Well, I think we've identified the lands that we propose to incorporate into the proposed conservation easement.
What we're talking about substitute lands elsewhere,
So the lands elsewhere beyond the proposed conservation easement, those are,
let's clear up our
Yeah,
terms.
so there's a dedication requirement, and separately, there's a conservation easement. So I think we're mixing those up a little bit.
Yeah. So there's land that you propose to provide to the township as a substitute, correct, lands for the lands that you are going to be removing from the existing conservation easement, correct?
well, there's no existing conservation easement.
Well, there's a scenic and conservation easement currently, I believe you testified to, covering a large portion of the subject property.
Yeah, and I view that as a restricted covenant in terms of landfill.
Well, it's more than that, sir. Have you read the document?
I've read in the document, it's been quite some time, I think it was in the host agreement when it was Eastern Waste, but that's been a long time ago.
Do you know what it's
I don't remember
titled?
the specific.
Do
I do
you know
believe
what
that
it's...
there is a title, Scenic and Woodland Conservation Easement. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, have you read it?
I do remember reading through that. I'm not sitting here familiar or specifically remembering all of the contents of it.
What does it say?
I think he just testified that he doesn't specifically remember the contents of it. If you want to give him a copy of it to take a look at it.
If you want to ask him specific questions, question, why don't you show him the document? And the question, what does it say? Let's just introduce the exhibit and I'll review it.
I can introduce it to another witness. If this witness, as their expert, as the engineer for this project, is not familiar with what is a seminal document in this case, then we'll stand on his testimony. But I don't have to teach him what he should already know.
His testimony was he reviewed it at one time and that he doesn't recall all the specific provisions of the document. It is a lengthy document, so I wouldn't expect him to be able to recite it. If you want to ask him specific questions about it, then let's show it.
Show it to him. That's for your invitation. We haven't introduced an exhibit yet. Sure.
Introduced 3, but not admitted any.
So let this be 4. Let's mark this.
This is already featuring 1 and 2 from the standing portion.
Oh, so it's already been introduced.
It's
already
been introduced, not admitted.
Okay, it hasn't been in. Okay, so now you have a copy of it in front of you.
Yes.
So this was previously marked as what?
I have it as 1 and 2.
Yeah, so featuring 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm just providing you with one of the two.
Which one?
1994-6, 12081, page 12.
So this is Petrie 1.
Familiar with this document?
Yes.
Is this the document that you read?
Yes. The only thing that I'm questioning is, it says former Helms at the top. I'm not specifically remembering it in that context, but yes, I'm familiar with this document. I've read that in the past.
You see at the bottom 3, third paragraph on the bottom of the first page, the sentence that reads, "The city further agrees it will not engage in any landfill activities on the property."
Yes.
And then, next page, paragraph 4, the city is granted supplemental agreement at a woodlands protection easement.
Yes.
Woodlands shall be preserved as undisturbed woodlands, correct?
Correct.
I believe the exhibit that you had shown us earlier reflecting the build-out would reflect the fact that ultimately, in connection with your conditional use application, all the woodlands would be removed, correct?
Not all of the woodlands.
Well, a portion of the 8 acres that was to be preserved would be removed, correct?
Yes.
And further, paragraph 6, the city of Bethlehem shall not perform any activity other than those stated in this easement agreement, or any activity that may in any way be in contradiction to the guidelines and rules of the Delaware and Lehigh Canal National Heritage Corridor and State Heritage Park. You are familiar with that, correct?
I'm not familiar with the guidelines and rules of the Lehigh Canal National Heritage Corridor and State Heritage Park.
But you, and then paragraph 8, the restrictions and easements shall constitute a covenant running with all of the property described herein and shall be binding upon the city and all other persons and parties claiming through the city herein and for the benefit of and limitation upon all future owners of said land and premises. Were you familiar with that?
Yes, I read that. Yes.
As of today, you have not gotten a release from this covenant from any party, have you?
I don't believe so, no.
Right. The city of Bethlehem has not released you from this covenant, correct?
I'm not aware of any releases that would have been provided by the city, by the township, or anything else.
Okay. And have you, as part of your due diligence in the preparation of these plans, consulted with the Delaware and Lehigh Canal National Heritage Corridor and State Heritage Park with regard to what guidelines and rules were applicable to the subject property?
I am not, no.
So, has Bethlehem Landfill Company acquired in fee simple any other lands within the township of Lower Saucon, not within an LI zoning district, that you are intending to offer to the township for a conservation easement?
I am not aware of any plans of them.
As the engineer of this project, however, you would have been alerted to that fact. Isn't that correct?
Not necessarily. I mean, they acquired the tank farm property and never notified me about that.
But would not you have been asked to examine the property to determine its suitability for conservation easement?
Not necessarily.
Let's move on. I think we learned from Mr. Bodner that there has been no geological studies yet done with regard to the proposed expansion area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there have been no karstic carbonate testing yet done with regard to the subject property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you've already testified that the grades that you propose on the maps that you've introduced are all, as you say, conceptual, correct?
Correct.
Now, you used the word conceptual quite a bit earlier today, and do you have a definition of conceptual?
I think my definition of conceptual would be to provide a draft or a version that would indicate what a fire would be in this context.
So,
I think the attempt is to try to give the township and the public as much knowledge as we can, but understanding that studies have not been completed, it's an ongoing process, it's a step-by-step process, that those things could change over time.
so it is, these are your proposals, correct? These are your hopes that this is what it might look like, correct?
I think it's to give an idea as to what the facility would look like from a vertical standpoint.
But having not done grades, having not done soil testing, having not even done stormwater analysis, you are unable to provide us today with any data that would confirm that you would be able to satisfy the requirements of both the zoning ordinance and saldo of the township or any other third-party state or federal agency, correct?
Well, I think what we provided as part of the conditional use application is a document that shows compliance with all the required aspects in the zoning ordinance regarding a conditional use application.
Except for the fact that you have not done any studies, you have told us that you will study these items and that you will comply, correct?
No, I think it's that we do comply with the ordinance with regard to a conditional use application. The ordinance doesn't require that those studies be performed as part of the conditional use application.
No, but the ordinance does require that you establish that the property is suitable and that you meet all the various conditions as set forth, general and specific, with regard to this particular use, correct?
Correct?
Okay, so, let's, so you haven't done stormwater management, you haven't done MS4 work at all, correct?
Correct.
All right, and the blue areas on BLC 71 that shows what are stormwater detention areas, they are conceptual. You don't know how large they'll be or even whether that is a suitable area for them as of now, correct?
Correct.
And your stormwater detention areas that are conceptual kind of lie close to Bull Run, don't they?
Yes.
How close to Bull
Well, there's a required 100-foot buffer from the easement for Bull Run, so they would be on that restrictive easement associated with Bull Run, and then 100-foot beyond that would be any type of disturbance.
So you're saying, so you're saying about 200 feet from Bull Run, or you're not sure?
Well, it's 150 feet at a minimum. I think they would be further back if you're talking about the specific stormwater facility itself. There would be some grading associated with berms and the like, so the actual facility would be further back than 150 feet from Bull Run.
So, what is Bull Run classified as?
Bull Run is classified, I'm not sure if it's a warm water fishery or a cold water fishery.
But it's a fishery, right?
Correct.
And therefore, it comes under the jurisdiction of not only DEP, but the Fish and Boat Commission, correct?
Well, I think my understanding of waterways in the Commonwealth is that DEP is the regulatory agency that you would speak to with regard to permitting. Obviously, there is some coordination between DEP and the Fish and Boat Commission. There's notifications that one has to provide, and whenever you're applying for those permits, a lot of times the permits are issued based upon feedback from Fish and Boat. And I would assume the same thing here.
Have any habitat studies been performed with regard to Bull Run?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of any formerly conducted habitat studies on Bull Run?
I am not.
Are you familiar with any of the work of any of the local nonprofit sportsmen's associations who are involved in preserving the local fish, wildlife, and environment?
No, other than I've read it in the paper sometimes.
Okay.
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Did you do any wetland surveys with regard to the lands adjacent to Bull Run?
With regard to lands adjacent to Bull Run, we did a wetland survey that was performed back in 2020. It was done as part of the Northern Realignment application, land development plan application, special exception application, all of those applications associated with the Northern Realignment. Yes.
And how far from the stream side do the wetlands extend?
We did not identify any wetlands along Bull Run.
Did you, but you haven't had any conversations with DEP yet about the proximity of this to a stormwater detention area, correct?
Correct.
And the stormwater detention area is designed to capture the stormwater running from where?
It's designed to capture the stormwater runoff from the development area.
So in other words, stormwater originating from the landfill would be going down into the detention pond that is a couple of 100 feet from a wildlife fish habitat, correct?
I'm not sure it's a wildlife fish habitat.
Well, you said it's either a cold or warm water.
But I think it's a different definition in my mind. But be that as it may, yes.
Okay.
That there is stormwater runoff from the landfill, from the perimeter of the landfill. It's collected through benching channels and then conveyed to stormwater management facilities.
Is that tested? Because it appears to be, perhaps be watered down leachate. Just, water that may be filtered through just a little bit of garbage rather than a couple of 100 feet of garbage.
There would be no leachate that would reach the sedimentation basins or the stormwater management facilities.
But the runoff from a landfill would very well be prone to pick up whatever might be in the landfill.
Yes, I mean, that potential exists. We've pointed that out as part of previous applications regarding the southeastern realignment and the northern realignment, because in those instances, there was ordinance changes to the stormwater where infiltration was talked about as a method of stormwater management. And
Since you brought up that northern realignment and also phase 4, I have been led to believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the plans that you submitted to the township and the plans that are currently pending before DEP are a little different.
with regard to phase 4,
With regard to phase 4 now pending before DEP, that there have been modifications.
Do you mean the northern realignment pending before DEP?
Is it? Yes, yeah.
I'm not aware of any differences between those two plans.
You're not aware of any, but would you be aware of any if you, or would you not be aware of any?
I'm not aware of any of those. I'm not aware of any differences between plans filed with the township and filed with DEP. Now, there is a process that one goes through with DEP that Mr. Bodger laid out with regard to technical revisions. If, in fact, there are changes that are made to the solid waste application that need to be reflected on the land development plans, we would make those reflections as part of a final plan that would be provided to the township.
I understand that, but the difference between what you had submitted to the township and what is now currently pending before DEP, are they identical or have they been modified?
I feel like there's some confusion here.
There's no confusion at all on my part. And if there's any confusion, I'll let the witness say there's confusion.
Argumentative. She
Yeah.
object, and I'm gonna rule on it.
Well, it's a speaking objection, of course.
What's the objection?
Yeah.
I think that the question is unclear as to plans pending before DEP on the northern realignment. And then Mr. Aztec was talking about plans before the township. Is he talking about the township plans on the northern realignment or the township plans on phase 5?
The northern realignment.
Northern realignment.
So here's the question. You go through the process with respect to the northern realignment of first introducing plans to the township, to Lower Stockton, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then after you got approval from Lower Stockton, then you submitted the plans to DEP, correct?
Correct. I think it was kind of simultaneous.
Oh, was it?
It wasn't a step by, I think we actually, in that instance, from recalling, we submitted the site plan and land development plan for special exception, land development plan, and also the DEP application, generally about the same time, and we went through simultaneously with both.
Okay. So once you had, you got a special exception approval from the zoning hearing board, is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you recall if there were any revisions along the way with respect to the plan that is currently with DEP concerning the northern realignment?
Concerning the northern realignment, yes, there's been some comments through that review process, and we've made some updates and plan changes associated with that.
Okay. And so each time, are you providing those revised plans to the township and to DEP?
Yes.
All right.
So what the zoning hearing board approved is not what is currently pending before DEP. That plan has been changed. Is that your testimony?
That's not my testimony.
Okay. Well, then let me try to clarify the last answer to the hearing officer. The zoning hearing board approved the plan, township approved the plan
Yeah.
for the use. But since then, DEP's comments resulted in your revision to that plan, correct?
Not to that specific plan that was filed with the zoning hearing board.
Then what did they change? Then where were the modifications?
So there, I guess to clarify, there's really three plans that are required, or were required as part of the northern realignment. There was the site plan and land development plan. We presented that all as one document, went to both the zoning hearing board and to township council. And then there's a preparation of a solid waste plan that is more inclusive to show compliance with all of the DEP regulations that would show a lot more detail, a lot of the things that we've been talking about today with regard to phasing, with regard to groundwater management. So there are, we go from 20 sheets to 100 sheets, and that's a separate set of drawings that is filed with DEP. In any instance where we filed that plan with DEP or made any revisions to them, we've provided those revised plans to the township.
Okay, but those are different plans than the plans that were originally approved by the zoning hearing board. That's the only point I'm trying to.
Well, the solid waste plans were never approved by the zoning hearing board.
But the process through DEP is evolving, correct? Correct?
I don't think it's evolving. I think there's a set process.
It evolves pursuant to their comments, correct?
It does.
But you haven't even begun to prepare the solid waste plan yet, as I understand from Mr. Bobby.
Correct.
So let's go to the zoning ordinance, section 180-94, water and sewage. We have a letter from from the city of Bethlehem, a letter of service for this expansion area?
Well, there's currently an agreement between the city of Bethlehem and Bethlehem Landfill as with regard to management of leachate from the Bethlehem Landfill site.
But not with regard to the expansion area yet, isn't that correct?
Well, my recollection of that agreement is that it's not specific to, say, an expansion. It is specific to the volume of water or leachate that would be conveyed to the POTW. So it's not specific to a phase or area of development.
So we do not have, under section 180-94, B2A, a letter of service from the city of Bethlehem with regard to the expansion area. You only have an agreement with regard to the existing landfill, correct?
Well, again, I don't think it's specific to either an expansion or an existing landfill. My recollection of the agreement is that we, Bethlehem, are allowed to discharge wastewater to their plant, has to meet certain criteria and rates being discharged to it. So it's not unusual, though, that
I'm not asking unusual or usual. I'm asking specific. Specific. Does the existing agreement provide leachate quantities, limitations?
The existing agreement, as I recall, provides for quantities that can be conveyed to the POTW.
Okay. And we don't know what the quantity of leachate is going to be generated from the expansion area because you haven't done the calculations yet. I believe you testified to that earlier, correct?
Correct.
Well, can I jump in here, because I did see something earlier on in your testimony that indicated there would be an increase in the amount of leachate. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we're anticipating that there would be an increase in leachate generated at the landfill as a result of the phase 5 expansion.
And with respect to that, the fact that there is going to be an increase in the amount of leachate, you will have to obtain some type of letter of service or permit in order to address that increase, right?
I think it is very likely that we will have to do that, but once that analysis is made, it very well may turn out that that increase doesn't come to fruition, or that, currently we have a limitation that we would not be exceeding with the expansion, so there may not be a need for it.
Right.
But we anticipate, because of additional disposal area, that there would be additional leachate generated from this, but we, as we pointed out, on the schedule of development, as you fill and final cap areas, which we would be doing on the existing landfill, those flows from those areas would significantly reduce as we develop new areas of the landfill. And again, we would not be going in and developing 117 acres of disposal area at a time. It would be phased throughout. So those models have not been developed yet specific to the phase 5 expansion.
So there was a long way to get to the answer that you currently anticipate that there will be an increase in leachate. You only have an agreement with Bethlehem with regard to current levels, but you do not have an agreement with Bethlehem with regard to any increase in levels of leachate, because you don't know what those numbers are going to be, correct?
Again, my testimony is that the agreement outlines a maximum from which you can discharge to the POTW. That's my recollection of the agreement.
And you don't know whether the expansion will exceed that maximum, is that correct?
Correct.
So in DLC 75A, when you talk about leachate discharge, you say current landfill Bethlehem POTW, what does that mean?
Publicly operated treatment works.
And then there's a parenthesis that says City of Allentown backup. Do you have do you have an agreement with the City of Allentown?
We have an agreement for them to serve as a backup facility if Bethlehem cannot accept the waste.
But you don't have an agreement with regard to backup in the event of increased leachate quantities or with regard to the expansion area, correct?
I'm not as familiar with that agreement with Allentown, but
So you don't know then? So then just admit it that you don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with our zoning ordinance. It says environmental protection standards, correct?
Yes.
And 180-95A1 says the purpose of this section is to protect and preserve the environment and character of the township through the preservation of natural resources, including but not limited to wetlands, floodplains, floodplain soils, woodlands, steep slopes, rock outcrops, lakes, ponds, streams, riparian borders, and areas underlain with carbonate geology, right?
Yes.
And yet you propose over the course of the next 30 to 40 years to deforest an area that is currently the woodlands, right?
I'm going to object to that question. That's argumentative.
No, deforest is just a term of, it's a descriptive word, it's an adjective.
No, I'm going to overrule it, you can answer that.
Yeah, I think ultimately we've presented on, I think it's plan sheet 7, the area of disturbance of what we would be removing as part of the woodlands, which I think is 180 acres.
And section A3A says the natural resource restrictions herein shall apply to all uses. You understood that, correct?
Yes.
And 3B says it shall be considered a violation of this chapter for woodland removal or earth moving to be conducted on any site without the receipt of a zoning permit prior to commencement of those activities, correct?
Yes, and that's one of the reasons we can't do the studies at this point, because if we were to do those studies, we would have to do woodland removal. So that,
So you can't do soil probes without deforesting 180 acres?
then we have to get a drill rig in through that whole area and in order to fully do those studies, we have to access them. There would be there would be roads for access for the equipment to get in there, to do the drilling that's necessary for the design. And
So you can't.
I understand that section of the ordinance. I'm aware of that. And so,
And that section of the ordinance hasn't been waived by the new ordinance, has it? Section A1 hasn't been waived by the new ordinance, section 3 hasn't been waived by the new ordinance. The environmental protection standards remain the same, do they not?
I don't believe so. I think the natural resource mitigation section that was adopted allows for removal beyond the protection standards that are indicated in that section of the ordinance, as long as you're in the light industrial zone.
Well, let's just look at section G of the ordinance for a second. This natural resource mitigation alternative simply allows you to exceed the net buildable site area. There's no waiver in that section, unless you can point it out to me. There is no waiver in that section that addresses all of the other provisions of 180-95. It just says, an applicant proposing to develop an industrial use within the light industrial zoning district shall be permitted with the written approval of the Lower Stockton Township Council to exceed the net buildable site area permitted.
I'm going to object to this line
Where's
of
the waiver?
questioning. It calls for legal conclusions. I mean, the ordinance speaks for itself. Mr. Aztec wants to argue as a legal matter whether there are other provisions of the ordinance that were or were not waived. I think that's legal argument.
I'm going to overrule it.
So, my understanding of this section is, this newly adopted section, is that if you are not meeting the standards within 180-95,
So that's your understanding. So it's,
then you go to the mitigation alternative.
it's the position of, or your understanding as the engineer, that section G, natural resource mitigation alternative, constitutes a waiver of the natural
No.
environmental protection standards contained in 180-95. Is that what you're suggesting?
No.
So, what portions of 180-95 do not apply to the landfill? And point to me some authority in the ordinance, based upon your understanding, because you're the designer of this, for such a waiver.
I'm going to object again. I think that all of this is argument. It calls for legal conclusions. I mean, the ordinance is what the ordinance is.
Well, he's given a lot of opinions already regarding the ordinance, the zoning ordinance today. I'm going to allow for it. I'm not sure that you're going to be able to answer the exact question that Mr. Aztec asked, but if you can give us your explanation for how you feel this new ordinance and this subsection G works, I think that will answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of this new subsection G is that if you're not meeting the protection standards as a first test, then you can utilize the resource mitigation alternative to address that exceedance.
Okay. So simply, let me just try to clarify that.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Simply to clarify that then, are you suggesting that 180-95 need not be complied with if you use the alternative set forth in the new ordinance?
I think it needs to be complied with in terms of presenting that on the plan, following and identifying your impacts. But if you determine that your resource protection does not meet the standard, then you resort to the natural resource mitigation alternative.
Oh, okay.
So, okay.
I understand what you're saying. So, let's, there was a map that you introduced earlier when you were talking about the waterways and stuff. And you referred to, somewhere along the line, a couple of streams that kind of run right in the middle of where this proposed landfill expansion is going to be. But you didn't show them on your map, right?
They're on the conditional use application plan, sheet 10.
But they're not on the map, right?
I'm not sure which map you're referring to.
The map that you showed us earlier. The map.
With the conceptual grading?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so we took them off there for ease of reading because there's a lot of shading and we wanted to present the grades. That was the purpose of the plan, so.
Yeah, but the grading plan is supposed to show natural, well, all the other natural features. You showed other things there. Was there any reason why you eliminated the location?
It's just for confusion and being able to read the plan and what we were trying to convey to the person reading.
So currently, though, you located these two streams, correct?
So again, as part of the northern realignment, we did a wetland investigation of both the Helms and Reddington properties. As part of that investigation, there were a number of wetlands identified, and also there were waterways identified. I think we call them stream easements is what we've identified them as. But they are indications of when that analysis was going on, that there was an identification of specific bed and banks is what the Commonwealth terminology is. And so we identified those both on the northern realignment plans that were presented to the township, and we continue to identify them here on this conditional use application.
Because they would meet the definition of streams unless you can convince federal and state authorities otherwise, correct?
Yes, I think that's a fair assessment.
And in fact, they appear on various geological and topographical maps that are kept by DEP, correct?
No, I don't believe any of those streams, the two streams that we're talking about, Bull Run is certainly on their mapping. But the two streams that we're talking about are not on DEP's mapping.
Okay, are they on any other mapping?
Only mapping that we've prepared.
I see, okay. So, but
To the best of my knowledge.
am I not correct in saying that you are going to need a approval to remove those as designated wetlands and waterway?
Yes.
And you are going to need approval from DEP on that, correct?
Yeah, and I guess let me clarify when we say we need approval. There are wetlands associated with the two stream segments that we're talking about. Certainly associated with those wetlands, removal of those wetlands will require permitting both for DEP and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
When you say removal, this would be a natural resource. This would be a wetland that is sought to be protected and preserved by this ordinance. You are going to seek from the state an opportunity to remove them, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So we're not protecting them, we're getting rid of them, but again, you like may pay them some money, right?
That was not a question, and it was very argumentative.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw that question, but it brought to mind another question. you were talking about earlier in connection with Mr. Booga's cross-examination, the concept of providing other lands to the township subject to conservation easements, correct? Right?
Yes.
And in response to Mr. Booga's question about, well, what if they don't like what you offer? You said, you said, well, we'll pay money, because that's what the ordinance says, right?
I don't think I said we'll pay money. I said there's an option of a fee in lieu of dedication of lands, which is provided.
Is there a calculable in the ordinance or anywhere else to determine how you come up with that number?
Yeah, so we've had some discussion about that internally. The township has a fee schedule that they publish, and in that, I believe, and I don't have particular experience with that with the township, but I believe there's like recreation fee, or, recreation areas that might be required as part of a residential development or a commercial development, that there is also this option of a fee in lieu of dedicating that recreation area. And so I think that is on the fee schedule, as I recall.
Have you been negotiating with the township in that
No.
regard?
No,
So you have no idea what the township conceives of what the fee would be, correct?
no,
And there's no formula set forth in the ordinance as to what that fee would be, correct?
no.
And if you don't agree on land, and you can't agree on a fee, does the ordinance provide you with any guidance on what you're gonna do then?
I'm going to object here. I think that this is really far beyond the particular testimony, direct testimony that Mr. McDowell gave. This is not engineering, this is ordinance interpretation. I just don't see the point.
Well, it goes to
Hang on,
their
let me-
ability to
Let me
their.
see if I can get to the bottom of this. So you started talking about the fee schedule, and then I heard some testimony related to the fact that you believe the fee schedule references certain aspects of fees in lieu of, and you mentioned recreation. But does the fee schedule, as far as you know, and maybe you don't know, as far as you know, address this specific fee in lieu of that relates to when you're unable to dedicate area that you're supposed to be dedicating based on you not meeting the amount of buildable area that you need?
I don't know that it does.
All right, well, that clears that up for me.
Okay.
And certainly, you know, if someone wants to introduce a fee schedule as an exhibit, I'm happy to take a look at it.
Well, it would be a rec fee, we all have
Yeah.
rec fees, but there's no conservation easement fee, and it's predicated upon a
Right,
different,
so,
a
I mean, a
different
lot,
paradigm.
municipalities have different fees that are listed. It wouldn't have to, would you consider that to be accurate, that it would be listed as a rec fee, a recreation fee? I mean, aren't there times where municipalities list out different fees in lieu of? In fact, I know.
Yeah, maybe the term recreation is not the best, maybe
Right.
open space
Okay.
dedication.
But you would agree that there are times where in a fee schedule, there are different fees in lieu of listed, not just for recreation and not just for open space. There are, I've seen them for different things. Right?
Yes, absolutely.
I think we're gonna take a break, Mr. Aztec, unless you want to. Okay. All right, let's take a break and we'll come back in about 5 minutes.
See you next week. I gotta go.
I went with 2 people on the health experts down to explore the whole area. Yes, we saw some fish, vertebrates, stuff. there's some rare plants. No, there's some rare plants.
How are you?
Okay.
You're on the hot seat.
But they are. But they're endangered. And our whole area supports that.
So you're gonna fund it, study. And I can testify that this is fucking lizards, right? I got those guys. The old bog turtles actually attached. So you went bog turtles. Maybe cliff bog. When they cross every year, they cross outside, right? From one side to the other, you know?
How are you? I should throw my recycling. I think the recycling. You got it. Maybe covered by the bag. I don't know. Yeah. Right.
As many do.
So we don't know when
Right.
Oh, yeah, no, I just said my wife. We were there.
Sue Stingers.
I know her very well. She works in North.
She sends her regards. I saw her yesterday. She wanted to know, she had read that I'm doing this, and she wanted to know whether I knew you.
Yes, she's a sweetheart. She's one of the best friends of Bonnie Yeah, I know. I know.
I'm not 100% sure because I wasn't, I used to own still, so I can't remember, but I know that on her property, you can see it from the cliff and it disappears, so it's going up. So it gets so high sometimes, it's up to that height that it will be embankment, so that's how deep it gets sometimes. And I got pictures of it in here, how deep it really gets. So, I mean, it's almost 50 foot across, it's not like it really shouldn't be. It's like 2 or 3 feet deep. So we crossed over at the other side of the mountain, and I figured approximately on an acre of land, how many trees what they're going to cut down 39,000 trees. And the township has a plan for every 2 trees you cut down. So I went over and planted trees. And now I can't plant a freaking dump because it's blind. Because it's much grows above ground, grows below ground. So the only thing that's going to be up there is freaking shrubs and weeds. It's not going to be completely the same plants. Nothing is what's going to grow up. What I wonder is how much topsoil is on top of the yeah, but two doesn't matter. The shrub won't be 2 foot. Really? I think a shrub would be like 3 feet. The tap roots of the root system is the same height as the tree. We need that much to support the tree. So whatever you see above ground, you have below ground. Probably I can't see it wrong. But the thing is, if you look at the dump at St. Luke's, the dump is this high. The forest is this high. That means they got to dig it out. They have excavated to use the dump. No matter what trees, they got to excavate because of the higher extent by 20 feet. Because if you look at it from St. Louis, here's the dump, 725 feet, and then here's the mountain. It goes up. I want to see the topographic map back here on the other side. That's what I want to see. They don't show no topography. I mean, when you make something, you have 4 years. Flat map means nothing. That doesn't say anything. And this means nothing. There's no pictures.
Conservation district. Whole township together.
You don't learn to give it
Okay, we'll go back on the record. As if you were still cross-examining.
Thank you. So, let's move back to section 180-95, the environmental protection standards. D2 provides with regard to natural resources and protection rates, maps and accompanying calculations shall be submitted with the site plan and shall include calculations which indicate the area of the site with natural resources, the area of natural resources that would be disturbed or encroached upon, and the area of the site which must be left undisturbed to protect resources under this section. Did you prepare a site plan containing all of that information, sir?
Yes, in the conditional use application, sheet 7, 8, and 9 outline this.
And did it show the two little streams?
Yes,
And did it show the setbacks from those two little streams?
the buffers, yes,
And it showed the wetlands,
yes,
the area in which the landfill is going to expand. Is that correct?
correct.
So clearly, you know, you can't construct anything unless you get federal and state agencies to declare that these two streams are not waters, perennial or intermittent, or waters or wetlands, correct?
I wouldn't say anything. We could develop, you know, if DEP does not provide a permit for removal of the wetlands and mitigation of those, then we would not be able to develop in those areas that were shown.
Does the zoning ordinance make any provisions for third-party waivers or removal of waterways or wetlands, perennial or intermittent?
The ordinance protection requirements talk about 100% protection, which would mean no removal for wetlands and waterways.
So let's look at 5. Wetlands. Let's focus a little more here, please, so you don't get lost. 180-95, B5. Wetlands. Waters of the United States, waters of the Commonwealth, perennial and intermittent watercourses, under that A. Wetlands, waters of the United States, waters of the Commonwealth, perennial and intermittent watercourses shall include all areas as defined by the chapter, and wetlands, waters of the United States, and waters of the Commonwealth, perennial and intermittent watercourses shall have a protection rate of 100%. No structures, filling, piping, or regrading shall be permitted within any of those areas. That's what the ordinance says, correct?
Correct.
And you recognize that currently, those two streams would fit that definition unless you can obtain waivers from federal and state authorities, correct?
Correct.
Have you submitted to us today any studies that would reflect that they should be not considered waterways?
No.
All right. And under 6, same section, subsection, wetland buffers, and you indicated that the streams and Bull Run contained wetlands. Wetland buffers shall consist of an area within 50 feet from the edge of any wetland, and these areas shall be utilized to protect the quality of the bodies of water. Correct?
Correct.
And wetland buffers shall have a protection rate of 85%. Correct?
Correct.
And would you concede, sir, that unless you get third-party federal and state approval to deem these waterways not waterways, you will not be able to expand the landfill in the manner in which you propose?
I think he's already asked this same question at least 3 different times.
Yeah, and I like the answer, so that's why I'm...
That's why I'm objecting, because it's redundant and you're going to be wasting your time.
It's an old trial lawyer's trick.
You can move on, I have heard an answer.
Okay, so the answer is yes, right? I mean, right? Yeah. And riparian buffers shall include all areas located within 100 feet of any waters of the United States, waters of the Commonwealth, perennial or intermittent watercourses. Those areas shall be utilized to protect the quality of bodies of water, and they shall have a protection rate of 85%, correct?
Correct.
And those riparian buffers would be the riparian buffers to the streams that we're using, correct?
Yes, and Bull Run.
And Bull
Other, yes.
Sorry, you saying right area?
and Bull Run and what? I'm sorry.
Right.
Riparian, R-I-P-A-R-I-A-N, okay. Sorry. And continuing on, 10.1, still under the same section, erosion control, riparian area protection, and/or management activities and forestry operations shall be permitted only if you get DEP approval, correct?
Correct.
And the following uses, 11, the following uses are specifically prohibited within a riparian area or buffer associated with a wetland, waters of the United States, waters of the Commonwealth, perennial or intermittent water course, removal or disturbance of vegetation in a manner that is inconsistent with erosion control and riparian protection, correct?
Correct.
So-
If Mr. Essex is just going to keep reading provisions of the ordinance and ask Mr. McDowell to say correct, I think that's unnecessary and a waste of time. The ordinance is what the ordinance is.
I understand you don't like the answers to your question, but this is cross-examination to establish that you are unable to meet the terms and conditions of the ordinance contrary to what he opined earlier.
All right, well, I suppose.
So, and I am digging into the facts, I'm not generalizing.
Right, but so don't just read a section and say, isn't that what it says? Let's do it.
Well, I guess, we present very clearly on the plan sheets, 7, 8, and 9, that the protection rates that are prescribed throughout the ordinance for every resource, whether we meet those protection rates or whether we do not meet those protection rates. And those are all outlined on the plan in detail with acreages.
So, let's talk about 15 woodlands. You have already testified that a large portion of the lands proposed for expansion are woodlands, correct?
Correct.
How many acres was that again?
How many acres would be disturbed?
How many acres within the expansion area are woodlands?
How many acres within the expansion area are woodlands? I don't know that acreage off the top of my head, but the area of disturbance associated with the Phase 5 expansion, as shown on the conditional use plans, identifies 180.5 acres of disturbance, and the vast majority of that acreage is woodlands.
And I believe you indicated that a portion of those woodlands would be characterized as environmentally sensitive woodlands as defined in subparagraph 16 of the ordinance, correct?
Correct.
And environmentally sensitive woodlands shall have a protection rate of 85%. No more than 15% of areas of environmentally sensitive woodlands shall be cleared, thinned, or regraded. So unless this council somehow ignores this or waives this, you are not permitted to cut down any more than 15% of that area, correct?
I'm going to object to the characterization. There's a provision of the ordinance that provides for a natural resource mitigation alternative, and that is what it is. Any characterization of council ignoring something or waiving something, I think, is inappropriate.
That's not what it says, that's not what the ordinance says, but you be the judge of what the ordinance says,
Right.
regardless.
Well, and the witness can also answer that. If he feels that section is applicable, then he can answer it that way.
I believe it's applicable in terms of we need to present it on the plans. We've done so, and we've presented that we do not meet the protection requirements as outlined in the ordinance. And thus, that is the first test associated with the natural resource mitigation plan. You're not complying. If you do not comply with the protection rates as presented in 180.95, then you move to the resource mitigation alternative. And then once you go into the resource mitigation alternative, it then describes in detail how you calculate your excess resource utilization.
But carbonate geology areas, I believe you indicated that no actual testing has occurred yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Section 17 of the Environmental Protection section gets into detail with regard to the carbonate geology and the karstification, and requires proof and certification from a licensed professional geologist that the area proposed for development is not underlain by carbonate geology. You haven't done that yet, is that correct?
We have not. We've indicated in the application that a site-specific study will be performed to identify the areas of karst, if there are any, which is allowable in the ordinance.
But you haven't made that determination yet, nor have you provided to the township, nor you have today for us as the designer of this project, a proof and certification from a licensed professional geologist, correct?
Correct.
You haven't submitted that to the zoning officer for his or her pre-approval, correct?
Correct, that has not been.
Now, you do, however, acknowledge that mapping reflects that there is specific carbonate geology in this expansion area, correct?
What we provided on the mapping is what has been published by the township as the limits of the karst geology.
And the limits of the karst geology would include a portion of the land proposed for the landfill expansion, correct?
It's currently mapped by the general mapping on the township,
Reflective on this particular site, correct?
on this particular site, yes. Within the area of the Phase 5 disposal area, it's identified.
So you don't know whether there are fracture traces or underground caverns or closed depressions, do you? On the site in question.
Within the Phase 5 disposal area, on those sites, we do not have a definitive answer as to that.
And, those Bull Run and these two other streams, they go underground, don't they?
I don't know that I would classify them as going underground. I think they're disconnected. Bull Run is a waterway that's there. It's
Sometimes it goes
defined.
underground when water levels are low, goes underground and pops up again. There are a lot of streams like that around.
I'm not aware of.
You would suggest, or I'll look at it. There are additional information under the environmental protection section of the zoning ordinance requires a site plan to identify depressions and fissures and lineaments, ghost lakes, outcrops of bedrock, seasonal high water tables, sinkholes and previously filled sinkholes, soil mottling, springs, surface drainage, caverns, disappearing lakes, disappearing streams, surface or subsurface pinnacles, calcareous ferns. You haven't shown that on your mapping or your submission. Isn't that correct?
To the extent we have knowledge of any of those items, we provided it. I'm not recalling specifically noting that on any of them, but we had no knowledge of them if they're not provided on the plan.
And all of the above items contained in that question shall be information provided by a licensed professional geologist. According to the ordinance, you have not engaged a licensed professional geologist to do the testing to prepare a site plan as identified in that section of the ordinance, correct?
Correct.
The old ordinance,
When you say the old ordinance, I'm not sure what you mean.
yeah, well, the zoning ordinance before the recent amendment, okay?
Okay.
Before our amendment.
There was a zoning ordinance before this current zoning.
Well, yeah, but,
It
we're
didn't
talking
have
about
an environmental
the,
protection statement.
the one item that was changed was, section 12 under that. And it says, landfill shall not be permitted in this district. So, that is a district that contains carbonate geology areas. All right?
Yes, and that.
All right, so let's drill down on this. You've identified it as a carbonate geology area. You've identified the fact that you've shown it on your map as based upon the township studies. You haven't determined the real depth of problem that it may result in. And it says landfill shall not be permitted in this district. Was that subsection repealed by ordinance 2022-2? If you know?
I do not believe that it was repealed.
Okay. So that if, based upon the information you've already provided us, the property subject to landfill is subject to carbonate geology and karstic conditions.
We don't know that.
Well, you said you put it on the map.
I put it on the map based upon the township mapping that was provided from mapping that is generally published for the state of Pennsylvania.
So are you suggesting that?
Provide a reference to that.
So you're suggesting maybe the township is wrong, that you're saying it shouldn't be on the map, that the
I'm not saying
township?
they're right or wrong.
Okay.
It's required to be provided, and we provided what was published by the township.
But you concede now that you've provided it, a landfill is not permitted if carbonate geology exists, correct?
I think Mr. Bodnar talked about that in his testimony, that carbonate geology in the upper reaches prohibits landfills to be developed on top.
And we have nothing, you've not produced anything in accordance with the terms of the ordinance that would suggest that there is not carbonate geology here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And having read the ordinance, and I'm not gonna read the next 3 pages of the ordinance, but you will concede that there is a great deal of language in the ordinance pertaining to the geologic hazards of carbonate geology and karstic conditions, as also elaborated by me, correct?
Correct.
What's a watershed protection area?
That would be an area that is a watershed to maybe a public water supply or a supply for potable use.
What watershed is the subject property in?
I'm not sure what you mean when you say.
Is it in any watershed?
Not to my knowledge.
Is it subject, in your opinion, to the provisions of the watershed protection provisions?
No.
section 180-96, which provides for neighborhood protection. I'm only going to touch on this briefly. Says in pertinent part, no building, structure, or land use anywhere within the township shall be used or occupied in any manner that creates any dangerous, injurious, and then ... or other condition in such a manner or in such amount as to affect adversely the reasonable use or value of the surrounding area of adjoining premises. Are you aware of what effect this would have, the use as proposed, spread out for the next 30 years or more, would have upon the use or value of the neighboring residential neighborhood? You weren't asked to drill into that.
No.
I'm going to touch upon a bit of what Mr. Bubba was talking about, and that is, let's pull up BLC 76.
Do you want that on the screen?
Yeah, if you would, might be easier to ask questions.
I'll do a comment with that.
Thank you very much. So, what you see on ELC 76, number 1, which is the pink property off on the right, purple there. That's land owned by Bruce and Ginger Petrie, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So their land lies directly adjacent to the landfill expansion area, correct?
Yes. It's a contiguous property.
Contiguous property. And the landfill is proposed to expand in the direction towards their property, correct?
Yes.
And over the life of this proposed landfill expansion, the expansion will go eastward up until we see that green hatched buffer area, correct?
Yes, as far as development and construction is concerned.
And I believe
I
you
would just
said,
note out that the disposal area would not go to that line.
but there will be trucks going by. I think you have a roadway on one of your other maps
Maintenance road
that
in
seems
area.
to
Yes.
go around the circumference of the property, correct?
Correct.
So there'll be trucks going past there. The landfill may not reach that far because you're gonna need some separation distance for the closure, but it's gonna be pretty close, correct?
But I think what we have listed there, we gave dimensions of the 175 feet as far as the conservation easement, and then there would be the 400 feet to the disposal.
Now, the ordinance provides for buffers, right?
Yes.
Right? What's a buffer?
Buffer is my understanding of a buffer is a linear space from along the property line that would be set back from any type of development. It provides for space between the property line and any proposed development.
So, what, at least along the Petrie side, and we'll talk about that now, what you are saying is some sort of protection easement is really the buffer, correct? It's a buffer, as defined in the zoning ordinance.
I think the buffer as defined is 50 foot wide.
So
We're providing 175 feet and presenting to council that, that maintaining that area is equivalent to the berm and things that are seeking relief from perimeter berm specifically. So I don't know that I would classify it as the buffer, but yes, I think it's a linear space between the adjacent property and our proposed area of development, yes.
The definition of buffer yard in the ordinance is an area consisting of a yard of a specified width and a visual screen consisting of vegetation, earthen berms or fences, obstructions such as fences used to visibly separate one use from another or to shield or block noise, lights, or other nuisance. Is that what you just kind of said? That's what?
Sure, I think that,
Yeah.
you know, I didn't include the screening, sometimes that's not included as part of the
So,
buffer.
will what you propose block all noise and all visuals from the beach property onto the landfill? Or are there any spots on the, you're familiar with the topography, you've been working there forever. Is there any spot on the beach property that they'll be able to see the landfill activities?
I'm going to object to that question. I don't know how this witness could possibly know whether anything could be visible or heard from any spot on the Petrie property. I think it calls for speculation.
Well, if he
Why don't
can,
we find out?
if
I mean, first of all, you've never been on the Petrie
I've
property.
never been on the Petrie property.
So it would be hard to answer that question.
What's the topography like from the landfill property to the Petrie property? Is it uphill?
It is, as you go more towards Bull Run, my recollection is it's more uphill as you come towards the tank farm. It's more level with.
And what's the grade? You did the grading, but what's the grade on the eastern side of the property?
When you say on the eastern side of the proposed development or? on
Yeah, the eastern side of your landfill expansion area. Between what you mark as number 2 and number 1 here on exhibit DLC 76.
Are you talking about what the existing grades are or?
Yeah, what's the existing grade?
Well, the existing grade generally slopes from the tank farm, the tanks, towards Bull Run.
Up.
Well, from Bull Run up to the tanks, yes. So Bull Run being the low point, and everything grades up to a high point of the tanks. But then if you're talking about in relationship between the two properties, that differential is greater towards Bull Run, as I recall, than up towards the tanks.
And how high are the trees there on your property?
I don't know.
50 feet, 75 feet?
I don't know.
How high will the landfill be?
Well,
From current earth, from the current grade, how high do you propose it to be constructed?
Well, the height of the landfill will vary across the footprint as we've identified.
Over the next 30 years, it's going to continue to grow and it's going to continue to go up because it's not going down. So how high is it going to be when you've got your build out 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now?
We've established a peak elevation of 725 above sea level.
How many?
An elevation of 725,
725 feet.
which is above sea level right now.
Yeah, so what is the level here? Are we like 100 feet above sea level? Or are we,
I think generally, I can look at, do you want me to look at the plan? It's presented on the conceptual grading plan, so could I reference that?
it might have been, but the print was so small, I may not have been able to read it.
If it's on the plan, I would suggest that the witness be able to look at the plan to answer the
Sure, go ahead,
question.
look at the plan.
Let's give an answer. I think I asked Mr. Bodnar that as well, but I think we can get an answer.
So generally down towards Bull Run, the top elevations would be in the 400-foot level, above sea level.
Oh, the top will be.
The top will be.
What's the baseline? So what is the current topography above sea level, so then we can measure the 725 from that?
I don't know specific areas. I can talk generalities. I think generally speaking, the existing elevations down by Bull Run are in the 350 range.
So,
And then we working up towards, I think there's a peak of around 700 as I recall, but it's not on this plan. This just shows the proposed conceptual grading.
so you can't tell us today how high that landfill garbage is gonna be on the lands that are adjacent to the Petrie's property? You can't tell us how high from the current grade. Is that correct?
I can't tell you with certainty how high that is going to be. Now, these grading plans are conceptual based upon all of the things that we discussed today.
So if trees are 75 feet, the garbage pile could be 500 feet, correct? From ground level, right? I'm just asking, it's all conceptual. How are we to understand what this project is all about if we're constantly dealing with concepts? My client, Mr.
All right,
want to
let's
know
not get
what
into
it's going to
argument.
look like.
I heard that there's an area of the property that's as low as 350 feet above sea level. And there's areas that go up to as high as 700 feet above sea level. And the proposal is that this will not, the new area, the new landfill area will not exceed 725.
So that means then there will be areas that will only have 25 feet of garbage? Is that, if those numbers,
I don't have that specific information, but if we're talking about conceptually, there would be first some excavation that would occur on the existing grade to remove overburden. So when you say the height of the landfill, I'm not sure what you're specifically referencing, but
let me try to be as simple as possible. Currently, from original grade,
existing grade.
well, not the original grade before you start putting garbage on it.
Existing, I would call that existing.
Okay, if that's the term you use, from existing grade, how high is the highest accumulation of garbage at the Bethlehem landfill as it currently is constituted?
So you're talking about the existing landfill?
From you said existing grade, when you started and there was just nothing but dirt, how high has that accumulated?
I don't know that I have that specific information. I don't have that memorized. We can certainly find that out. We could determine what that is.
100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet?
He just
Can you
testified that he
conceptualize
does
it?
not know sitting here what that information is. He just gave you an answer. I'm going to object to that question. This is badgering.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't know. So you don't have any topo maps, right? None of the exhibits today have topographical numbers.
No, except for the conceptual fund grading.
And conceptually, you still don't know, because it depends upon so many other things, right?
Correct.
So we're talking about the construction of a landfill whose height you are unable to tell us today. Is that correct?
I'm able to tell you the maximum height, which is 725,
From where?
from sea level.
And what is the current level?
We've asked this question 5
Well, if
times
we
now.
don't
This
know
is
that, it's
badgering.
like, it's like I'm 500 miles from where? I don't know where I am, so I don't know how far I am. I mean, it boggles my mind. You
This
don't
is
know how high your
argument, and
pile
this
of
is
garbage is.
inappropriate.
All right. Again, the testimony we heard was there's an area of the property that's as low as 350 feet above mean sea level.
So it could be as high, it would be as low, let's say, as maybe 425 feet, maybe, above current level.
Before your math's up.
No, so what is the max?
375.
I'm sorry, what?
Right, 375.
375 above current level, that's a number that we can approximate conceptually.
But I don't think you're, as far as the vision of that doesn't mean that there is a 325-foot box. You know, if
No, it's a mound of garbage covered with tarps and stuff. That's, I get that. It's just, what
the
is it?
height varies at different locations throughout the area of disposal. If you're talking about the height of waste. So the height of waste at any given location within the area of disposal varies. And as you know, so you can't take the lowest elevation, then take the highest elevation and say, there's gonna be this 325 feet of waste.
So,
Because the existing elevation,
so let me
where
ask
the
you this.
maximum
I'm gonna ask
height
you
is.
this.
So the very worst case scenario would be somewhere between the 350 foot that you gave earlier as the lowest mean sea level that you're aware of on the property, and the 725, right? That's the worst case scenario.
well, but the 350 existing elevation where the 725 is, those are not in the same location horizontally.
Right.
Spatially.
Okay, and you know that.
Yes.
Okay.
Would it help to look at the conceptual final grading plan to make that point?
Sure,
Joe?
I can, yes.
Which,
That is,
Can I ask a question? Did you do elevation plans?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Elevation, you know, when like you build a warehouse or something, the people next door wanna know when they're looking out their rearview, window, can they see the warehouse? Can you tell me whether, if the Petries had a garden party in their backyard, would they be able to see the top of the landfill from their backyard in item number 1?
I think the witness already testified that he's never been on the Petrie property. This question has already been asked. And if we were going to refer to the grading plan, which I think Mr. McDowell testified would be helpful in this explanation, I'm working on finding the exhibit number for that.
well,
Geometry
BLC 72. So BLC 72, when I say the lowest elevation that I'm remembering on the site of 350, that would be down where Bull Run is. And at that location, we have a proposed final grade down here as far as conceptual of 400.
So it's 100 and,
So that would be 50.
150 feet, right
And then
by
up
Bull
here,
Run.
this
How about
would be-
further south?
50, it would be,
And how about further south?
As you move back, the existing grade rises, so does the grade of the conceptual grading that's indicated here. And this line is indicative of the 725. And in this area, my recollection is existing grade is around 700.
Yes.
So,
So
so my point is, when we talk about height, it's not, a square building in terms of, it's the same height everywhere within the disposal area. This is the maximum height, and then it falls from there.
So you are unable to provide us with any testimony as to what the visual effect this would be from any of the surrounding areas. Is that correct? Because it's too conceptual.
I'm not able to provide that.
So you would be able to tell us what the visual effect would be from Steel City?
I think
the
he just
Petries property,
testified
or
that he's
the
not
third floor of the St.
testifying
Luke's
to
Hospital?
that. So can we
okay,
please,
sustained.
Now, you were talking about, we're now back to this map again. You were talking about the buffer area. You were planning on doing landscaping there, is that correct?
Yes,
And were you, and there's a burn requirement, correct? But you want to get a waiver for the burn, right?
I don't believe it's a waiver. as I understand.
Well, then what is it?
It's a decision by council to determine as the proposed, maintaining the existing vegetation in that area serves as an adequate screen versus what would be provided by the buffer.
Even in the fall and winter and early spring when there's no leaves on the trees?
That's correct.
So there's no leaves in the trees. You don't know whether you could look through that area and see 100 feet, can you? You don't know. So you don't know whether a berm is required or not.
A perimeter berm is required by the ordinance. What we've discussed on previous plans with the township is that constructing the berm in itself would require the removal of existing trees. And it didn't make sense to us, and I believe that's what the ordinance envisions, in that there's no reason to remove existing vegetation and trees to construct a 6-foot berm.
Well, but if the purpose of the berm were to, as the ordinance provides, prevent noise and the visuals of a landfill with dump trucks and garbage trucks running by on a perimeter road, wouldn't that be a sufficient purpose, such as to visibly separate one residential use from another, or to shield or block noise, lights, or other nuisances?
I think we've determined that this is a discretionary action on the part of council, so I'm not sure that this particular line of questioning is relevant.
Well, I don't know if the hearing officer is going to make a recommendation with regard to that. I don't know if it's relevant.
It's relevant, and I'll give you a little bit more latitude.
It's a yard with, of a specified width and a visual screen to visibly separate one use from another. Correct? You haven't done any studies to determine whether or not 125 feet of trees there or any other place would visibly screen the activity, have you?
I've not done any specific studies with regard to that.
You had mentioned on the north side of Bull Run, there's an area that's being leased to the city of Bethlehem, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Do you know what the terms of that lease are?
I do not know the specific terms of that.
You propose that as being part of your protection zone?
The proposed conservation easement, yes.
You call a gun shooting range by police officers a conservation type protection zone, the equivalent of forested woodlands with birds and squirrels and stuff?
I'm going to object. I think the witness just testified that he doesn't know what the terms of the agreement with the city of Bethlehem is for the use of that property, so he already said he doesn't know that.
Well, but how can they propose it as a protection zone if he doesn't, if that's the current use and they don't know how
Well,
long
you
that
can,
use?
you can ask what he knows with regard to the facts of that area.
Do you know anything about the current use or the current status of the lease?
No.
But you do know it's used by the Bethlehem Police for target practice, correct?
I do not know.
Or other police activities?
I don't know that.
So you don't even know what the use is?
I'm not aware of the use.
Rolling back to some earlier testimony, you had commented in your letter of February 23 with regard to the increased flows. You had indicated that upon full design of the expansion, any increased flows will be evaluated and if necessary, an updated agreement with the city of Bethlehem will be entered into. Is that an accurate statement of what your understanding is with regard to the disposal of the leachate?
Yes.
What role role does the Army Corps of Engineers have in
With
the
regard-
review of any of the proposed activity in the expansion area?
I think it would be limited to any of the environmental features that we talked about earlier. The two stream segments that have been identified in the wetlands as part of our discussions with DEP and the Corps. We would reach out to them to perform a site visit. They would go through their jurisdictional determinations.
What applications, what regulations, and what statutes, to your knowledge as the site engineer, would be applied by the United States Army Corps of Engineers to this particular project?
I believe it's section 404 is what the Corps would look at.
And they would have jurisdictions over the waters of the United States?
If they take jurisdiction. That has yet to be determined.
Well, as of now, you need their permission before you do anything. We've gone over that, right?
We need their permission to impact the wetlands. We need to have discussions with them. As far as the waterways are concerned, there are stated exemption criterias that would allow for impacts to those waterways.
And they're not before us today.
They're not, no, but that's something that would be looked at.
Before it's determined that this property is suitable for a landfill expansion, you are going to need approvals from Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, the United States Army Corps of Engineers, and the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission with regard to stormwater, in addition to getting the land development plan approved by the township and this conditional use. Is that
I'm
correct?
going to object to the question in terms of, I mean, if the permits are required, the permits are required. This characterization that in order for the land to be deemed suitable, I'm objecting to that characterization. If you want to ask what permits are required for the phase 5 expansion, I think that's more appropriate.
That's really what you're getting at, right?
You wrote in your letter of February 23, the project narrative has been revised within the application to note that multiple permits that will be required from various agencies, including PADEP, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, parentheses, stormwater, parentheses, and others, and that these permits will be applied for after the requested conditional use approval has been obtained. Correct? That's what you said.
Correct.
Who are the others? You say Planning Commission and others. Who are the others?
I think it was a catch-all that if, we're going down the path of development that another permit may be required, that those would be applied for.
Well, you've done this.
I'm not envisioning anything, but
You've done this many times. Who else might be issuing permits for you?
What is the relevance of this for me? Because that's something that's going to occur after. I can envision some others. We have a local conservation district.
I want to know if he
Who does
does.
the ENS?
the local conservation
So
district.
there's one.
Yes.
I,
PennDOT is another.
Permits, I mean,
right, there's,
PennDOT is another.
yeah.
The relevance obviously
But
is,
that's for after conditional use gets decided, right?
well, there must be, my contention is they have to prove that they meet all of the criteria and that there needs to be some prima facie showing that they've done the work that would satisfy someone that these permits could be obtained.
and these are
Okay,
legal
other than making
arguments right
promises, I
now.
think the case law is clear.
Right.
You can't rely upon a promise to get a conditional use.
But that wasn't your question. Your question related to what you put in that letter, which was after conditional use is approved, then I have to get the following permits.
And I'm suggesting you just can't say that. I'm suggesting
And
you have
now
to be
we're
able
in
to
legal
show that
argument.
there's
This
a
is legal
prima
argument.
facie case that they are able to. They just can't say, I'm going to get it. I mean, I could say, I'm going to get a lot of things. It's conceptual. I'm going to build a Taj Mahal in my backyard. It's conceptual. Give me a permit. It's going to be nice. It's going to be really nice. Conceptual.
I'm not
I'm gonna
deciding.
build a garage, and maybe you're not satisfied with my Taj Mahal as your garage. We can't rely upon That's my argument, and that's why the gross examination is as it
I
is.
understand, but I'm not going to decide the permits. I'm going to decide the conditional use,
Okay?
make a recommendation on it.
So you referred to possible buildings in paragraph 17 of your letter of February 23. So we're not quite sure that you're going to move the scale house and the truck wash facility? You just don't know where it's going to be, but you think you're going to move it? That's conceptual?
We've identified on the plan where it would specifically be located.
But you're not sure what you're
Located that as an alternate location to the existing scale.
But you're not sure, right?
No, I think we're sure about that location.
And in paragraph 18, you talk about further detailed analysis will be performed with regard to impervious areas. You haven't fully calculated out what impervious cover there will be as a result of this development?
We've identified on the conditional use plan what the maximum impervious area would be proposed as part of the Phase 5 expansion.
In the letter of March 3, 2023, from Mr. Cucker, the Hanover Engineers, you had referred to.
Yes.
There's no comment from Mr. Cucker with regard to your woodlands and steep slopes response to his original letter. Isn't that correct? It doesn't appear to be.
Are you referring to
The
in
March
his original
3
letter, he talked about not having the correct protection standards associated with each use, and we had those in error flipped. We made that adjustment to the plan to correct that.
And he didn't say, okay, you have complied, did he? He didn't respond at all, right?
I didn't see a specific response to that,
Right.
but he did.
And in 17 and
As
The
I
witness is
18.
still testifying. Can you let him please finish the answer?
As I indicated when I went through the letter, the numbering skips. So when you get to 16, it jumps to 19. He didn't include 17 and 18. My interpretation of that,
I'm going to object to his interpretation. I didn't ask you what his interpretation was. My question was, he did not respond to your comments. Isn't that correct? I'm not asking you what he was thinking. I'm asking you simply, he did not respond, did he?
he did not.
You had made some reference to an agreement with the Bushkill Valley Motorcycle Club. Do you have an agreement with the Bushkill Valley Motorcycle Club?
My understanding is we do have an agreement with the Bushkill Valley Motorcycle Club.
And is that an agreement to buy their property?
No, it's not. My understanding is it's not to buy the property. Correct.
Okay. Do you have that agreement? Have you provided that agreement to the township?
I have not.
So you're not at liberty to provide us with a copy of that agreement, is that correct?
Correct.
You haven't had a scoping meeting yet with PennDOT, have you?
No.
Oh, can you, one last question. Can you provide us with a reference to the Lower Saucon Township Comprehensive Plan that would either endorse, support, or recommend expansion of this landfill in an area that is currently protected woodlands?
I'm going to object to that question. That's beyond the scope of direct. There's been no questions about the comprehensive plan.
But it doesn't have to be.
It does. Your cross has to
He
be.
testified that it complied with the zoning ordinance, and the zoning ordinance requires, and if you want me to cite the section.
Conditional use standards, is that what you're referencing?
Yeah, I mean, there's a specific provision in the zoning ordinance that requires this project to be consistent with the comprehensive plan.
We'll be presenting a witness that is qualified to testify in that respect.
Well, until he
It's
shows
still
up.
relevant, so I will allow it. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll allow it. If the witness doesn't know, then he can advise us that he doesn't know a specific section of the comp plan. Can you answer the question? Do you need it re-asked?
Can you ask the question again?
Can you point out the section of the Lower Saucon Township Comprehensive Plan that would support a position that the plan, that this proposal, expansion, is consistent with the spirit, purposes, and intent?
I cannot.
And since you had indicated that you believe that this expansion complies with the zoning ordinance, can you tell us upon what you base your opinion that the expansion of the landfill as proposed would represent a substantial improvement to the property in the immediate vicinity?
I think he already testified to that he wasn't giving an opinion with respect to those requirements.
Yes, that's my recollection too.
Both was asking.
Yes.
Not me. So, I have no further questions.
Okay. All right, so just for the record, we do not have any other attorneys that are present, so we are going to move on to, we are going to move on to individuals who have party status and wish to ask questions. All right.
Yes.
So I think it's going to be better if you come up and sit at the table. I don't believe that microphone is working well enough for us to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Not well.
Okay.
Do you want to take this one?
I'll take it.
And then, as we've had you do in the past, is please state your name.
My name is Russ Sutton, and I live at 2133 Saucon Avenue, and I've been involved in this fight since 1983.
Just,
But I'm just giving you back. But,
no, we're not getting into that.
okay,
It's-
so,
I need your name so that the record is clear as to who's asking questions.
okay, Russell Sutton.
Right, and then you have been granted party status, right, Mr. Sutton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed with cross-examination, go ahead.
Okay, are you an environmental engineer or just a civil engineer?
Sir, could you speak a little bit more to the mic, sir, instead
Oh,
of
are you just a civil engineer or are you an environmental engineer?
I have a degree in civil and environmental engineering. My professional license is as a civil engineer.
Civil engineer, okay. I have a question. You have all these maps, and I haven't seen one topography map that shows height. Why can't we get a topography map that actually shows its height? Like when you design something, you get 4 views. You get top, bottom, side, and bottom. The top topography map would be really important to show us the heights from all sides of this. And I'm thinking it'd be feasible to do that.
We need just a question, so you can ask him, can you supply us with a topography map? That would be the
Well,
question.
can you supply topography map?
Yeah, and what we supplied was the conceptual grading plan that's been presented and we've talked about here. That's, shows the topography of the proposed expansion.
Right, because you really can't see it from flat map.
So as far as, in terms of a larger copy for review, we could provide something like that.
That would be great. Okay.
Sorry, I've had a senior moment there. Can you just repeat what you just said? I didn't catch that.
I think he's asking that the exhibits, or as they're presented, he's having difficulty reading them, and he's desiring a larger size print.
Well, not larger size print, but something that would show height for the landfill.
All right, so are you asking for a map that shows the existing topography?
And a proposed,
All right, they already gave us the one that has proposed.
okay,
So that was one of the exhibits that we have been looking at today.
okay.
Do you remember the number?
That's it, BLC 72.
Okay, and I also noticed that this is phase 5. Are there more phases than just phase 5?
I'm not aware of anything beyond phase 5.
Because basically you bought the entire mountain. So that tells me that you bought the tanks up there and property beyond. And to me, that seems like this is not the end of this. This is going to continue. Another question I have is the township ordinance. If I cut a tree down, 2 trees down, I have to replace it by 1. I calculated in the area, because I've been up to Bull Run, I can only.
Hang on a second, Mr. Sutton.
Yeah.
Right now, it's your opportunity to ask questions, but
Okay.
not present evidence. So you started to testify there
Yeah.
regarding some facts. They
Okay.
can't do that. What you have to do on cross-examination is just ask questions of the witness.
Okay. Have you done any environmental impact studies in that area for the Lehigh River?
I'm not sure what you mean with environmental impact studies. We presented as part of the conditional use application, the environmental impacts as proposed on the property in accordance with the zoning ordinance.
What about adjacent, the whole river valley, the effects of that?
Has there been a study of the entire river valley that was
Yes,
prepared?
as opposed to what is going to happen at the landfill?
No, we have not prepared any of those studies.
Okay. And also, I want to know from you, as far as the DEP, how much of where you dump on the top of the mountain, how much of that can be open to air and not covered?
How much of the area
Where you dump the garbage?
waste,
Yes,
how much can be open to the air
correct, at any time,
at any time?
yes.
Well, I think as we presented today, there's a daily working area,
Right,
and that area is 1/4 of an acre. And so during operations, when the landfill is open and accepting waste,
right,
there is waste being placed in that area. And
right.
that's during the day, and then in the evening, that is covered with an approved daily cover.
Okay. I have a couple documents here that basically says that you have to cover that daily.
Use
Oh,
your microphone.
That you have to cover it daily. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. I have reports here of violations as a result of inspection of May 3rd, 2022. They failed to place a uniform cover of
I'm going to object to this. I'm sorry, but I have to. This is, you're putting evidence into the record rather than cross-examining the witness.
Well,
That's
my
part of
question,
it. Hang on. Your questions today are going to be limited to the direct testimony that was given. So if you're trying to bring in information associated with something else, like a violation, which
Right.
is what it sounds like,
okay,
that is going to be beyond the scope of direct examination. All right, so you have to present that in a different way. You can't ask this witness, because he didn't testify to anything about that violation.
okay, but does that have to be covered every day? The way you deposit?
Yeah, I think what my testimony was is that there is a working area, there's waste placed, and then every day that is covered.
And if that's not covered, can it be covered with the tarp?
I think if it's an approved daily cover material, then yes.
Okay, because I've been up there and,
All right, that's testimony. That's
yeah, I
testimony.
know,
I can't give testimony.
I saw, okay. 'Cause I don't know if you're aware, the township has an ordinance for every tree, two trees you cut down, you have to replace it by one. Are you aware of that ordinance?
I'm not specifically aware of that. I mean, I remember reading about tree removal and what has to be done. I'm more familiar with trees that need to be placed as a result of installing impervious areas.
Because according to my records, you would have to replace it with 13,000 trees, the amount of trees you're gonna cut down. And the trees, are you gonna put trees back up in parts of the area that you're redoing?
Yes, I think that when we were talking about the plan and Attorney Garber indicated those as the green bubble areas.
And how much soil is on top of a liner?
How much soil?
Soil is on top of the liner.
On top of the final
Liner.
cap liner?
Yeah,
24 inches.
24 inches. So basically that would not support a tree.
I don't have any expertise in, running what supports a tree and what supports a shrub. Those questions have been discussed previously with other applications we've had with the township about putting in vegetation other than grass.
Because usually with trees, what you see above ground is what you have below ground. So it would support trees. So I also looked on your phase, you had it running out to 2062. You said 20 or 30 years. That's 40 years.
Was that on the phase-in plan that we
Yeah.
approved?
Yeah.
And I think on that plan, we were identifying just over time. I think in retrospect, as I look at that exhibit, we likely should not have used specific years because we simply don't know.
Right, because that's 40 years versus 20 or 30.
Correct.
So, I mean, I was told when I left, it was only supposed to be 5 years left, and now it's going on forever. But when you think this is an improvement to our area, is that what you said?
I'm going to object. I think that Mr. McDowell specifically testified that he is not opining on that.
He did give some testimony earlier, Mr. Sutton. I think it was Mr. Hugo who asked him that question as to whether or not he was giving an opinion on that specific issue, and his answer was, no, I'm not giving an opinion on that issue.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sutton. All right, are there other individuals who have party status that wish to ask questions at this time? Yes, ma'am, come forward.
Mr. McNair, Ms. Petrie is represented by counsel, and I think we had discussed in the last hearing that for those people who are represented by counsel, that the questions would go through counsel.
We certainly talked
That's
about
okay.
that.
That's good.
Okay. I certainly would allow it, Ms. Petrie, if it's very quick and you only have a question or two, or you can come up and ask Mr. Aztec
It's
and
okay.
he can ask.
It's all right.
You don't have any questions?
I'm fine.
All right, because I'm presiding over the hearing, okay? And if you have some quick questions, I'm willing to allow them, but what we're gonna try to do is have Mr. Aztec ask all of the questions of anyone who's represented, all right?
Yep.
All right. All right, anyone else who has party status and wishes to ask questions of the witness? All right.
Are you gonna ask?
Oh,
me or
yes.
not? I'm not.
Yes.
I had one question.
Okay, you gotta come to the microphone so that it's captured. And of course, I'm gonna need you to state your name.
My name is Mark Ozemek. I am represented by Mr. Aztec at the moment.
All right, so you heard what we just talked about, right?
Yes, I did.
All right, so I'm gonna give you a little bit of leeway today because we're still early on in the process, but from here on out, if you can have Mr. Aztec ask the questions, okay?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Somebody had mentioned something about the tank farm, that sale of Bethlehem property to the landfill. What is the tank farm property being used for, or what will it be used for in the future?
But the tank farm property is part of what will be the to-be consolidated landfill lot, and there are portions of the Phase 5 expansion that are on that property. Is that,
Is there any construction currently going on up there?
I'm aware of the there's an ongoing construction project with an RNG plant that they're extending some lines towards the gas transmission mains that we pointed out, but I'm not involved with that in any specificity.
So, is it going to the landfill that you know of, or is it going to the UTI plant down on Easton Road? What they're building?
You mean, when I say the RNG plant,
Yeah.
and the lines that would be extending there, those would be going to the transmission line, as I understand it.
At the landfill?
When you say at the landfill, I think it is collected from the landfill, and that's conveyed to the transmission line.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else? Yes, sir. All right. Again, we'll need your name for the record, okay?
Yes, Cesar Medina, 2594 Grand Road, LA Town.
All right, Mr. Medina, you may ask your cross-examination.
Thank you. So you established that the lowest part of this Phase 5 that you know of is around the 350 foot height?
That's my recollection.
So that'll be close to the Great Pyramid. The piece, if you're looking at it, kind of like the Statue of Liberty.
Okay, again, that's giving some testimony when you start to make a statement and not ask a question.
Okay. The question is, when you make the basement and you dig the dirt from ground level to the top of the liner, how many feet?
We don't know that at this point in time.
On Phase 4, when you make posts in Phase 4, how many feet are are?
I don't have that committed to memory. It's something that could be provided, but I don't have it with me. I didn't bring plans associated with that, so I don't know that number.
Ballpark?
I think he just testified that he doesn't know that number.
Yeah, we can't ask you to speculate. because,
Okay,
you know, I mean, I
he
could ask-
speculated before, just saying.
And you heard a lot of objections, right, today about objection that calls for speculation. So we're not going, if he doesn't know specifically, I'm not going to ask him to make an assumption or speculate.
Very well, the clay, when you, before you put the liner, how thick is that clay?
The clay is generally 6 inches thick.
Why not more?
It can be more, but that is the regulation, as I understand it.
It could be more.
I think the minimum, that's my understanding of the regulation, that is the minimum.
That is the very minimum. Okay. I have one more question when it comes to the blue lagoon over there.
Yes.
What's the slope behind that retaining, water container?
I don't know that specifically. That stormwater management feature hasn't been designed as yet, so I can't give you that information. Those facilities have not been designed. What we've provided on this plan is what we believe to be the spatial requirement to meet the regulations in developing these typical types of systems.
But that is going to be towards the lowest part of that landfill area.
Correct.
So are the plans contemplated are for the 100-year storm requirements?
Yes, that's required.
Now, we've seen things in the news that we're getting 1,000-year rains. Those plans are for that?
The requirement is to design stormwater management systems to account for the 100-year, 24-hour event. So that's what we would design for. We've also, as part of previous applications I could speak to, we did analysis as requested by the township that would look at what if we get 2 100-year storms back to back? What does that look like? And we provided that analysis to the township as part of previous applications.
And from your expertise, what is the purpose of the clay layer?
The purpose of the clay layer is to provide containment of any waste. It's part of the liner system itself.
It has to do with the leachate to contain.
The liner system itself includes that clay layer. So there's, when we say liner system, that includes that clay layer as well as the secondary and the primary liner and the cushions and all of the things that Mr. Bonner spoke to.
And you're testifying that that's 6 inches is the minimum?
That's what I recall from the regulations.
I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDowell. All right, any other individuals with party status that wish to ask questions of the witness? All right, for the record, I see no response. Just a few questions. It is 4, it's a little past 4. Are you gonna have a lot of reads, right?
I probably won't have a lot, but I do need maybe 5 minutes to just go back through my notes.
All right, so we want to try to finish up the
Yes.
witness today, right?
Yes, I'll be
But
as
we want to
fast as
take-
possible, which is why I think if I do a quick review, I can boil it down.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Pissed off.
Do you want me to just look at my account? Let me get my notes.
Depends on what car. You know what I mean?
Third, that's correct.
And then the 5th, we don't have them on the map, they should. 12. I started on 4.
Okay, yeah, I crossed that off, that's okay. My yellow marker and figure it out. Oh, yeah.
This is we're doing it Friday. That's a hard stop. And then Thursday. Yeah, but then they'll be looking to expand more.
Mark, have you seen the Statue of Liberty lately? It's pretty tall. You can see this from the other side. You can see it easily, right? It's part of the ranch.
Tuesday, yeah. No, that one's first.
I'm ready.
All right, if we could return to our seats and we'll get started. Before you get into your rep, I just have a few points to try to clarify. So you had given some testimony regarding the existence of high tension power lines along the west side of the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any concerns associated with the high tension power lines along the western side? And I guess this area that's proposed for expansion on the western side?
No, I do not.
Okay. Are they in that exact location?
They are not. They're beyond that location and outside an area that would be impacted associated with those.
All right, and then a similar question you had raised, there's natural gas line that runs through, and I guess that's farther toward the eastern side of the property, is that right?
That's correct.
And with respect to that, do you have to take any specific measures to ensure safety associated with the natural gas lines and your development proposal?
We would certainly have to have conversations with the gas line owners, where we may cross those lines. We would certainly have to get approval from them in the course of construction.
Right.
But our phase 5 disposal area falls well short of that, of the existing gas lines.
Meaning the phase 5 proposal would not cross over the gas lines at all?
Correct.
And that includes even the roads that you talked about that would be going around the outskirts or outside of the property?
I guess I would preface that when we say roads, we identified on plan, this BLC 72,
Right.
you can see a roadway that does cross the gas lines. Other than that, there will be no other impacts.
Okay, so with respect to that internal circulation road though, is that you would have to contact the gas company, right? Because there must be an easement, is that correct?
There is an easement, we wouldn't be encroaching on that easement with the disposal area or that perimeter road associated with the disposal area. What I was referring to was where we might cross that. We've also got the proposed stormwater management facility in and around that area, so likely we would have to contact them as part of that as well.
Okay. So there's the potential of encroachment, but it's only related to stormwater management facility installation.
Correct.
All right. And have you dealt with that issue in prior cases, whether it be landfills or otherwise?
We've dealt with that, not in this particular instance, but I've dealt with that in other projects that I've worked on, where we're crossing transmission utilities. There's a notification required. If we're actually changing grades in the right of way, typically there's a permit that's required. If we're not changing grades and we're just crossing it with construction vehicles, lots of times there's monitoring that's required and matting that would need to be placed to protect any impacts from construction vehicles.
Okay. I don't know if you're aware of this, but are there state and or federal guidelines that dictate what you would have to do if you're going to install this stormwater management facility within the easement area for the natural gas line?
Yeah, and the stormwater facility would not be within the easement area.
Oh,
It would be adjacent to it. It is not within the easement area. We would propose, as part of this plan, no disturbance or grading within the gas transmission easement area. But I'm not aware of any federal or state regulations that would require a permit.
Okay. And I'm just clarifying this point, but I thought your testimony was that there would not be any trash with respect to the trash dumped on the western side expansion area at all. Is that correct?
Well, I think in that area, as we close that off, waste would be placed, but it would be part of that closure period. I think it was more of incoming waste, like new waste going into that area.
So that little orange rectangular area that was shown, that's what I'm referring to, and there would be the potential of new waste being placed there, and then that would be closed out? Is that, or?
You're referencing that phasing plan where we showed the arc?
No, it was
let me-
attachment 2, I think, in the original application package. It
Yes.
was that black and white. So if we look at hearing officer 1, look at tab 1. Oh, perfect, it's right up on the screen. Thank you, Melissa.
Okay. Yep. I'm sorry, so we were talking about two different things, I think. So in this exhibit, the orange rectangular area on the western side of the property, which is actually west of the existing landfill, correct?
Correct.
In that area, are you proposing any new trash to be placed in that area?
I'm hesitant to say any because there may be some
Movement or relocation?
right, but generally no.
Okay. Well, in other words, the plan isn't to utilize that for new trash at this point, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's really
It's to be able to close that off in an acceptable manner, meeting the regulations as a final.
Okay, got it. All right. Don't remember what exhibit this was. It might have been BL 72. You were talking about a proposed new location for the scale and the truck wash, and I missed where you were indicating that would be. Is that actually listed on the plan for a proposed scale and truck wash location?
It is shown on the plan, on the conditional use application, it is shown on sheet 10. On this plan, it's located in this area right here. And those would be, alternate locations, there is an existing scale, there is an existing truck wash. If through operations or management that would be relocated, this would be the place that would be relocated to give some more staging for access.
Yeah, I now see it, and I do see it on sheet 10 and 12 in the conditional use application.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. With respect to your wetland studies, at this point, does your firm itself do the studies regarding wetlands, or have you just looked at mapping related to wetlands?
We do not do wetland mapping or delineation in-house within Northern Martin. We would have a sub-consultant perform that. As part of the northern realignment, the wetlands that are identified, there was a delineation done by Triad Engineering of Hagerstown, Maryland, and we referenced that on the conditional use plans.
Did that particular study, though, account for the entire area of the Phase 5 expansion? Did it look at everything on that property?
It did, yeah.
Oh, it did? Okay. All right.
So it included the tank farm property, the Helms and the Reddington property, as well as these smaller properties. So all of that area was evaluated. There was a wetland that was delineated in this area, which is larger than the smaller ones that were delineated in this area.
Okay.
And those are all shown on the conditional use plans.
Right. But you won't be able to utilize that specific plan? Is it because of the timing of when it was done that you would have to?
I think that's part of it, that it is 3 years old now, so we would have to likely update that to have, as I'm thinking about it, sitting here right now, my thought would be to have the previous wetland specialist go back out and update that before we would seek any determinations or jurisdictional determinations from DEP or the court, or have any meetings associated with them.
Okay. Mr. Aztec asked you a number of questions related to these two streams that are on the property. So if we could go to an exhibit, I guess it's BL 16, and then it might have been sheet 7. Yes. Just so I'm clear on the streams that were specifically being referenced, that the streams are depicted on this particular exhibit, right? BL 16, sheet 7 and 12?
Yes, they're on sheet 7, and I believe they're also on sheet 10. Yes, they're on sheet 10 as well.
All right, well, let's take a look at sheet 7. And there appear to be two areas that are outlined with what's listed as waters of the Commonwealth, right? Or there's 3 maybe. Within the area that's proposed for Phase 5 expansion, I should say. There's really 3 areas that are labeled as potentially waters of the Commonwealth.
So this is an area when we talk about streams and waterways. This is area number 1, and this is area number 2. This third area is a wetland only.
Okay. All right. So the number 1 and number 2 are the streams that were referenced, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then with respect to that, do you have an opinion with respect to whether or not they fall within the definition of a stream under Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance?
I don't have an opinion as to that.
Okay. Because you need to do further reviews, is that why?
I didn't base my evaluation. I wasn't the one who initially identified those as part of the northern realignment. We provided those on these plans for reference. I think there'll be further studies that will have to be done as we would proceed with any further discussions with DEP and the Corps.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. So you have redirect?
I do, and I will try to be as quick as possible. Also, could you please pull up, yes, thank you. BLC 76, okay. I'm gonna ask some leading questions, and bear with me here, Gary. The purpose is, I hope, to provide some clarification on the difference between the proposed conservation easements that are depicted on BLC 76 and the reason for those proposed conservation easements, the difference between that and the dedication or fee in lieu of that would need to be provided under the natural resource mitigation alternative. So, Mr. McDowell, I believe you testified there's a difference between those two things, correct?
That's correct.
And does BLC 76 represent the conservation easements that Bethlehem Landfill would be offering to the township in exchange for the release of the restrictive covenants on the two parcels that are noted on BLC 76, otherwise known as Helms and Reddington?
Yes.
And the release of those restrictive covenants as they're contained in Petrie 1 and 2 that Mr. Aztec showed to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is that entirely separate from what would be required pursuant to the natural resource mitigation alternative under the township zoning ordinance?
Yes, in my opinion, yes.
Okay, and that based on your calculation using the natural resource mitigation alternative, that there's a differential between what would be permitted to be disturbed under the environmental protection standards of 180.95 and what we are proposing to disturb as part of the Phase 5 expansion, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is that differential?
I think we said 123. It's 123.33 maybe.
Okay, and are any of the easements noted on BLC 76 intended to address that differential?
No.
Okay, so separately, there would be an obligation under the natural resource mitigation alternative for the Bethlehem landfill to either dedicate land that equals that differential, or some portion of that differential, and anything that is not accepted by the township for dedication would then be subject to the fee in lieu of requirement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm just going to, do you still have the most recent amendment to the zoning ordinance 2022-02?
Yes, I do.
Can you pull that out?
I have that.
And I just want to, just to clarify, so we're looking at what is now 180-109G of the zoning ordinance, and that's page 4 of that document, honey?
Yes.
Okay, so this is where it is with respect to this natural resource mitigation alternative where the dedicated property is subject to these provisions, correct? So Mr. Buba asked you whether some of the properties on BLC 76 that are cross-hatched in green and noted that they're light industrial, those properties have nothing to do with subsection G here, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the natural resource mitigation alternative states here that if an applicant is proposing to develop an industrial use within the light industrial zoning district, that applicant shall be permitted with the written approval of Lower Saco Township Council to exceed that buildable area as you just described, correct?
That's correct.
Stating that you're allowed to use a greater area of natural resource protection land that would otherwise be permitted by section 18095, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you provided the calculations that are required by this section of the ordinance on the conditional use plans, correct?
Yes, they're on sheet 7.
And Hanover Engineering reviewed those calculations, correct?
They did, yes.
And then I'm going to ask you to turn to just subsection 7 of section G. And there was some cross-examination about, you know, is this, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mr. Aztec, but it was, you can sort of do whatever you want to do. If you can't find property, then you just pay a fee. I'd like you to read subsection 7 to yourself, and then please explain your understanding of how subsection 7 works.
Well, I think section 7 speaks for itself, and it's going to be an interpretation of court one of these days, what it means.
And that's fine. I
So what it
mean,
means to this witness is irrelevant.
okay, well, you were asking what it meant to the witness, but I'm fine. I am happy for this ordinance to speak for itself.
Okay, well, then we can move on.
Just one more thing, though, for a point of clarification.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Carver. Can you point out for me on exhibit BL 16, sheet 7 of 12, where the calculations are related? I think that's the exhibit you said, the calculations are related to the
Yes.
mitigation alternative.
Yes, and I'm going to ask Mr. McDowell actually to point them out, if that's okay, since he
You
prepared
probably
this.
only have to do it for one. I just don't understand what your different columns mean.
Okay, so yeah, starting at the top, on the left side, where it says general notes, then base site area, resource protection, buildable area, maximum impervious area, and site capacity calculation summary. Those notes all deal with the calculation of the buildable area and the proposed excess utilization calculation. Moving beyond that, where we start with wetlands and wetland buffers, that analysis is looking specifically at each individual resource and identifying the proposed protection standard. And so the buildable area and the alternative calculations that are required by the ordinance are contained within the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sections there.
All right, can you just give me an example of one?
So as an example, if we were to walk through those, the first step in the process is to define the base site area.
All right, I'm going to try to go to the chase, that's all right. You know, and just so you know, I have a municipal background, so I'm just not used to dealing with the mitigation alternative. So, I see these types of plans all the time and deal with resource protection standards all the time. But what I'm not seeing is a column that talks about specifically, here's the percentage that we need to preserve with respect to the mitigation alternative. And maybe you can't do it that way, but are there numbers here that list out the percentage that you can disturb if you're utilizing the mitigation alternative?
So under the resource protection heading in that table, there's the required reservation is outlined as the 100%,
Right.
and so on. That is the calculation that is used to determine what the required resource protection land is. So that's where the standards come into play. So then you would
the land in resource protection, you've listed it for floodplains, let's just say that, right?
Yep.
2.26. alternative?
That number is a result of utilizing the mitigation alternative to develop the buildable area.
Right.
And then the buildable area is actually calculated by taking the base site area minus the required resource protection area. And that's under the buildable area notation.
Yeah, I see that.
That there would be an offering of land, that could be a portion of the excess utilization area, or it could be the whole thing. And then whatever is not met by that dedication of land, there is a fee in lieu of calculation. And I'll just say that the applicable calculated fee in lieu of dedication shall only be used by the township for the purposes authorized by the township's open space plan.
And then there's also a reference to the fee in lieu of dedication in accordance with the calculations in the saldo with respect to the tract reference therein, correct?
Correct.
And then if you look at subsection 8, what's the timing of that? Is that offer of dedication for either acreage in total or some combination of acreage and the fee or the total fee? At what point in time does that offering happen?
Prior to final land development plan.
So it says in subsection 8 that the applicant choosing to develop a use in accordance with this mitigation alternative shall demonstrate and make the required dedication and/or fee in lieu of dedication payment prior to final land development approval by Township Council, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so at this point in time in the conditional use application, we set forth the the amount of the overage in terms of that calculation. And we'll be asking council to approve our use of the natural resource mitigation alternative at this point with the dedication and or fee in lieu of to happen prior to final land development.
Correct.
Mr. Buba asked you why in the plan that shows, Melissa, if you could pull it up, I think it's PLC 72, the one that shows the green bubbles and the crosshatch. Okay, Mr. Buba asked you why the green bubble areas aren't included as part of green crosshatch. Why aren't they in the conservation easement areas? Is that because, like, before you landscape, you actually have to disturb those areas?
Well, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't, as part of planting any new plantings, there would be disturbance, there would have to be access in those areas.
So because of that work that you have to do there, they couldn't be the subject of a conservation easement that prohibits any tree removal or anything like that, because there's some work that needs to be done in that area, is that correct?
That's correct.
But then they will, those areas will then be planted with the landscaping that you described, correct?
Correct.
You heard Mr. Aztec when he was cross-examining you, characterizing the conceptual final grading plan and in fact all of these conditional use plans as just hopes for what the phase 5 expansion will be. Do you agree with that characterization?
I do not know.
And in fact, isn't it that these plans show the...
Objection, it's a leading question.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't get it out, but they was starting out as leading.
Understood, yep,
Maybe
yep.
we can rephrase it.
I will admit that. Okay, so why aren't these plans just hopes?
These plans were prepared to show compliance with the requirements of the zoning ordinance with regard to a conditional use application for the landfill. So that was the purpose of the preparation of the plans. And they're definitive in what's required as part of the ordinance.
Based on what the maximum disposal area would be, correct?
That's correct.
And based upon the highest elevation that this
Objection,
landfill would
these are
be,
leading
correct?
questions again. You know, can't help yourself,
They
I
are,
understand.
but I'm gonna allow those two. He's already answered them.
You were asked some questions about the proximity of the stormwater basins shown to this immediate, like to the south of Bull Run on BLC 72. And you were asked about setbacks and buffers. Are there DEP regulations that dictate how far back a stormwater management facility needs to be from a stream?
There are regulations associated with streams. Generally speaking, they have to be 50 feet back from top of bank of the stream.
Mm-hmm. And then there were required buffers also that you spoke about?
Correct. I think, there's a 100-foot easement that's centered on the stream, and then there's an additional 100-foot buffer beyond that easement reservation, which is where we would have any disturbance.
So you have to comply with all of those
We have to
setbacks and
comply with
buffers,
those,
correct?
yes.
Which sheet, Mr. McDowell, in the conditional use plan set would show that carbonate geology line as depicted on the township zoning map, I guess, is the carbonate geology line depicted on the township zoning map?
That's my recollection, yes.
What sheet is that shown on?
I believe it's on sheet 10, yes. It's on sheet 10.
Using your pointer, can you just show us where that line is?
This is the note pointing to the line here.
Okay, so based on the township's map, that would be a line delineating a carbonate geology area.
Correct.
Okay, and in your experience, I think you testified earlier, what that line is based on in terms of data. What is the basis for that line?
I think it's referenced in the map itself. The zoning map references where that line came from. I don't have that off the top of my head where that was brought from, but it's from general published data from Pennsylvania, regarding Pennsylvania.
So general mapping.
I would call it general mapping.
Okay, and in your experience as an engineer, is it uncommon for geology delineations based on regional or statewide mapping to then be followed up with site-specific data that is in fact different than what's on the regional map?
Yeah, I think site-specific data is always best, yes.
So these maps are like a starting point, would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's part of the tabletop review of the site. This gives you an idea of where you may want to investigate further additional studies. Yeah.
And the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance actually specifically speaks to this, correct?
Correct.
And that a demonstration would be made to the zoning officer with that site-specific data, and then they would sign off and acknowledge that the map, that the site-specific data is a more accurate reflection of the geology, correct?
Correct, and we went through that process with previous applications with the township for the southeastern realignment.
Right, so that where the line was drawn on the map was then belied by site-specific data, and that was accepted by the township.
Objection, irrelevant, and leave.
It's leaving, but I'm going to overrule it and answer.
And the answer is?
Yes.
And I know you read Mr. Bodner's testimony, and I think you testified yourself today, that DEP regulations prohibit a landfill being constructed where the uppermost geologic unit underneath the landfill is carbonate, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that would be prohibited by DEP regs.
Prohibited by DEP.
There's no way you can do this if there's carbonate geology as the uppermost geologic unit.
There's carbonate geology there's no way we can develop it.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, because when Mr. Astek was talking to you about the contiguous property to the east owned by the Petries, and you were talking about the green area between the disposal area and the Petries, can you just for clarification, because I think you talked about 175 feet of conservation easement plus landscaping, just for the record, please confirm, what is the what is the width of that buffer between the proposed disposal area and the property line shared with the Petries,
It is 400 feet.
which is larger than what the ordinance would require in terms of buffer area, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And there were, I think, some questions about final vegetative cover on the Phase 5 expansion as it's built out and covered with intermediate and then final cover. That vegetation cover, is that approved by DEP?
Yes, it's part of the closure plan.
And you have to be careful about what you put on that so that you can protect the integrity of the cap, is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't have any more questions.
Can I have
Yes.
2 questions on recross on subjects that were brought up earlier?
Yes.
Sir, you said that the plans that you have submitted to the township were designed to show compliance, correct?
Correct.
You will not know whether or not you can in fact comply until you have done all of the studies and design work about which we have talked about today, correct?
No.
Well, as of now, we know that there's carbonate geology. You're going to have to prove there's not, or else you're not going to get a permit from DEP, correct?
We're going to have to provide additional studies as part of future applications, both with the township, DEP, the Corps of Engineers, and the Landfill.
But as of now, your plan shows carbonate geology, and unless you can prove that it's not, you would not be able to qualify for a DEP permit, correct? Simple question.
I'm not sure I followed the question.
What did you just say? There's no way you could develop this project if there's carbonate geology?
There's no way that you can develop the landfill over carbonate geology is.
Okay, and as of now, the only thing that we know is your plan shows that it's carbonate geology, and you have not produced a study for us to indicate that it is not, correct?
Correct.
And similarly, you have not done any stormwater, leachate,
We've been,
or any
this is
other
now beyond the
studies,
scope
so that your plan
Correct.
showed that you intend to comply, but you haven't shown us any studies that will indicate that you can comply by meeting the standards that will be set forth before you. Correct?
I'm going to reiterate my objection.
Of course you do.
We've also gone through this. I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
As long as you understand that, that's my last question.
All right, thank you. Any other recross? For the record, there are none. Anything else before I close the hearing for today? All right, we're going to close out the evidentiary portion of the hearing for today. I need to announce that our next hearing will be on Friday. What date is that? The 25th?
24th, I think.
Friday, March 24th at 9 a.m. here at the Lower Saucon Township Building.
The following hearing will then be the following Thursday
March 30th.
at the firehouse.
And that hearing is going to be at the firehouse. So the hearing on March 30th will be at the firehouse. This upcoming Friday is here in the township building. And then we'll be announcing some additional dates, probably on Friday. I think it makes sense to do it on Friday. Friday, it sounds like we're going to try to end by 3 o'clock based on some issues that we have with either witnesses and or attorney availability. All right, anything else for today? Okay, then we'll see everyone Friday morning. Thank you.
Thank you.